Alderman Bosley.
Here.
Alderman Oldenburg.
Present.
Chairman Rhodey.
Present.
President Reed. President, you have quorum.
Okay, for our first order of business, we'll take up Alderman Vaccaro's bill, Board Bill number 125.
Thank you. And I wouldn't normally do this. I'm going to try and stay for the soccer stuff. I had bypass surgery and I wanted to make sure that I get my bill through. And so I apologize for that.
Proceed, Alderman.
So, Joe, and Zach's got some handouts for everybody. This is only the second tax abatement I've done since I've been here for 11 years or 10 years or however long it's been. This is Spot Communications, which does media stuff. Like you see the Tim Mazzell show that they do on Saturdays, but it's all high-paying jobs. And they bought a big old white building that's just kind of been there. The taxes as they are right now, I believe are around, what, $22,000 that they would continue to pay. But they want to do a lot of improvement on the building. They even went as far as in the last 4 weeks, which isn't in here, they bought the old 7-Eleven building next to it. So, you know, they're doing a lot of improvement to that. It's on the same ground with the Firefighters Credit Union, if you're familiar with it. And again, it it brings a lot, you know, $22,000 a year plus. They're high-paying jobs. Oh, I'm sorry. They're high-paying jobs, so we get a lot of earnings tax. Greg, I know a lot of you know, is the president of the Neighborhood Association. I brought Greg along to speak in support, and I brought Zach along because I don't know what I'm doing. This is only the second time I've done this. I don't know if you want to...
We have the financials there in front of us on behalf of the committee, if anybody recognizes those. Why don't we go through Alderman, I'm sorry, how long is the tax abatement for?
5 years at 50.
5 years at 50%. Okay, Alderman Kennedy, you have any questions?
No questions, Mr. Chairman.
Alderman Boyd, any questions?
No questions.
Alderman Davis, any questions?
No, thank you.
Alderman Kotar.
No questions.
Alderman Ogilvy.
No questions.
Alderwoman Boyd. Alderman Bosley.
No questions.
Alderman Oldenburg.
Who currently owns it now?
They do.
They do.
They bought that, and then in the last month, which isn't covered in this, they bought that 7-Eleven building. It's kind of a vacant at the corner of Regal.
Yep.
I don't know if they'll come back and ask for something, but
And is it intended that acquisition of the old 7-Eleven
no, they're
building?
separate, and I think they're not going to, it's going to be a different, I think they bought it to control that block to make sure, because the building didn't look
So they might
good.
lease that out to another
And I think
company.
I
Okay.
think that's their intention.
Okay, great. Seems like a good project, Alderman. No further questions.
If you get a chance, if anybody gets a chance, I would encourage you to come by and look at what they've done inside. It's a really cool thing that, you know, what they're doing there, and they've invested a lot of money so far. And again, we're still going to be getting $22,000 a year in taxes from them.
Okay. Hearing no other questions, the chair will entertain a motion on Board Bill number 125.
I move that Board Bill 125 comes out of committee with a due pass recommendation.
Second.
It was moved by the Alderman from the 22nd, seconded by the Alderwoman from the 27th. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderman Kennedy.
Aye.
Alderman Boyd.
Aye.
Alderwoman Davis. Aye. Alderman Kotar.
Aye.
Alderman Ogilvy.
Aye.
Alderwoman Boyd. Aye. Alderman Bosley.
Aye.
Alderman Oldenburg.
Aye.
Chairman Rhodey.
Aye.
President Reed.
Thank you. Thank you for all the aye votes. Thank you for putting me first, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Alderman. Okay, we'll take up the resolution now, resolution number 180 regarding the soccer stadium. For all of you who are down here on this, if this is your first time to City Hall, welcome. I spend a minute and try to explain the process so you know what to expect. These hearings have been known to go on fairly long. This is a resolution, so it's non-binding. It's been asked that the Board of Aldermen indicate support of the soccer stadium symbolically. There's no contract involved. This isn't an ordinance, so it's not typically, it's not going to be nearly as involved or technical as if we were passing an ordinance and entering into contracts and so forth. So it's considerably more straightforward. The process for sponsoring or passing a resolution is much simplified and streamlined. So it's introduced, assigned to a committee, the committee votes it out, goes back to the full board, and the full board votes on it. So it's normally an ordinance would take over a month to pass typically. This is going to be far streamlined. In an abundance of caution, the ownership group is very interested in getting the resolution out in a timely manner. So we want to be responsive to that, but we want to go ahead and provide an opportunity that if something comes up at today's hearing, that we have time to reflect on it, provide opportunity for the ownership group or the sponsors of this to come back with an answer. So we've held next Wednesday, if members of the committee feel it's necessary, that we hold this for an extra week and get additional answers. So we would anticipate that the resolution will either be voted on by the full board this Friday if it has no, if there's no concern raised at the committee level. Otherwise, we would expect that it would be voted out of committee next Wednesday and then referred back to the full board for next Friday. And that's assuming that it passes out of committee, which, I would think that it will. Regarding today, what to look forward to, the way we'll kick this off is President Reed, who is the sponsor of the ordinance, will have some introductory remarks. He'll turn it over to the ownership group. We have a representative of that ownership group, Carolyn Kendall Betts, is with us today. She'll speak, providing an overview of it. Bill Keeling, who is a representative of the ownership group, will give more additional specifics of the intricacies of some of the requirements. What we have done, that will be followed by representatives of the St. Louis Development Corporation. That is a quasi-public entity that is responsible for providing economic development activities. They are kind of our front line to encourage investment in the city. We have engaged in the last several years of trying to understand better how financial projects, how different development projects impact the city financially. We've gone through a whole process of revising our incentive programs and trying to normalize them. It's actually kind of complicated to figure out how much a project actually makes in the city. We make some money for real estate taxes, we make some money on earnings taxes and so forth. And we have given a great deal of attention and effort in trying to make sure that when we do a project, the project is profitable, and we've built an economic model to help predict that. So we will have a review of this project from the standpoint of the city and its financial impact. That'll be done with Otis Williams, who's our executive director of SLDC, and John Ferry, who designed the model. Finally, we'll have representatives of the mayor's office, her chief of staff, Steve Conway, and Linda Martinez, her deputy director of development. I thought I saw the mayor duck her head in earlier. I don't know if she's still there or not, or if she had to leave, but if she was, I was going to introduce her. Did the mayor duck out? She was standing back in the back. I guess she stepped out. But she'll be represented by her chief of staff and her deputy mayor of development. So we'll hear presentations. We'll hold all the questions till the end by the committee. We'll provide the committee opportunity to ask questions. Hopefully, by going through all that, everybody will have a fairly good understanding of the proposal before us. And at that time, we will go ahead and provide the public an opportunity to speak in favor or opposed to it, depending upon the number of people that are signed up. We may end up having to allocate some time on that. So that's kind of what to expect. We'll have in essence, 5 different presentations, so if any of you have to get back to work or anything, you kind of know what to expect. The first presentation is with President Reed. President Reed, if you care to step forward, you can go ahead and proceed.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I am indeed enthused about the opportunity to talk about Resolution 180 today. I also want to thank everyone who has come out today to show your support for such an important effort for the city of St. Louis. But more importantly, I'd like to begin by thanking the Kavanaugh family and the Taylor family for their continued commitment to the growth and development of our city. Resolution 180, you're going to hear a lot of details about it today, but one of the things I'd like you to keep in mind is what Resolution 180 means to the city. It's not just about soccer, it's about the growth and development of our city. It's about addressing the issues of public safety. It's about addressing the issues of education. It's about addressing the issues of sustainability. It's about addressing the issues of neighborhood development. That's what it's about. And we have an opportunity to take a stand and invest in the future of the city of St. Louis. And I'm sure after all of the presentations today, all of you will feel just as excited as I am about the future of our city and about the possibilities of having Major League Soccer here in the city of St. Louis. We have a lot of presentations, and I'll have an opportunity to talk in a lot of detail a little bit later. So I would like to, Mr. Chairman, if you would, I would like to get started with Ms. Betts and then Bill Keeling from there.
Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, good morning. And I am Carolyn Kendall Betts, and thank you for allowing me the time to present to you today. This ownership group is very excited about the possibility of bringing Major League Soccer to St. Louis. We believe this is a golden opportunity for the city. We have 2 local families that are very committed to the success of our city and want to see the city of St. Louis continue to thrive and prosper. This project is overwhelmingly privately financed, and the combination of the Taylor and Kavanaugh families merge a love for the city, a love for soccer, in order to create an ownership team with strong business, philanthropy, and soccer credentials. The ownership group views this as an investment in the city. We believe that we are a 3 professional sports town and that the MLS is a great fit. Both families have successful businesses based right here, and we want to stay committed to investing in the city. Ownership wants to ensure we build the right team and put an exciting, quality product both on and off the field. So here we are, all the Taylor women and poor Uncle Andy. My family is very, very excited to have the opportunity to bring MLS to St. Louis. But more importantly, this would be the first female majority-owned franchise in league history. We are a multi-generational family committed to providing a legacy in a city that we have chosen to live and work. All members are part of the ownership group. As I said earlier, this project is overwhelmingly privately financed without a TIF or a citywide tax. What the ownership group is asking for from the Board of Aldermen is to consider entering into a triple net lease of at least 30 years with the ownership group for the stadium and site. The ownership group will cover all costs of the stadium, including maintenance and other costs typically borne by the property owner. We will reimburse the city for the costs associated with the purchase of the land as well. We are also asking the city to collect some of the proceeds of the amusement tax to support future improvements or, if warranted, demolition of the stadium. St. Louis has an incredible amount of revitalization going on right now. Just look at the Crane report in the Business Journal. But even better is the $8 billion that have already been committed to downtown. The proposed stadium location will sit right in the middle of a downtown redevelopment plan already underway. Our vision is to be an exceptional club and neighbor. Both the MLS and the ownership group believe players and coaches should have a presence in the communities that support them. Our team, along with ownership, will be actively working for positive change through philanthropy, inclusivity, and outreach. St. Louis already brings a best-in-class structure for player development and positive community impact. In fact, St. Louis has soccer players playing for teams all over the world. I, for one, would like the opportunity to keep them right here in our city. And there is no doubt St. Louis is a soccer city. 5 of the 11 U.S. players who defeated England in the 1950s World Cup were immigrants from the Hill neighborhood. Our youth programs have over 4,000 teams with over 50,000 players. And we are great fans of soccer. When St. Louis hosted the World Cup qualifying matches and others, there were 45,000 fans showing up and showing support. So let's talk a little bit about the process. To score a team, we need a couple of things: a committed ownership group, a site secured, and anticipated club pro formas and financials. I want to thank everyone from the city, the state, our team, our supporters that are working swiftly to get these things ready to go into the application. Our hope is to have the application submitted by the end of the year. In conclusion, we have a very committed ownership group willing to use private dollars to make this investment in the city, because this region and its residents has proven time and time again the investment they have in the sport of soccer. St. Louis is a 3-professional sports town, and realistically, there will not be another opportunity like this again. Now is the time for us to win that MLS team. Thank you for listening to me, and I would like to introduce Bill Keeling.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I'm Bill Keeling. I'm with the Thompson Coburn Law Firm, and I'm working with the ownership group trying to bring an MLS team here and build a MLS stadium. First, I think you've got a resolution in front of you, and review again why the resolution. As Ms. Bess mentioned, there are really 3 key factors that the MLS is looking towards. You know, the strong ownership group. They look to site control for a stadium. They don't want to be in a situation where there's no site control on a stadium. And then they look towards the financial pro formas. And a key part of those financial pro formas is basically a viable financing plan for a stadium. So the resolution, the reason for the resolution is it endorses the effort. It pledges cooperation of the city and city officials towards trying to make the effort a reality. And it serves as a roadmap for that local financial participation that we're talking about having. The plugging into the finances, the initial cost of the effort. There's an expansion fee that the MLS charges. It's $150 million anticipated, or a plus. And the plus is, it's not clear that it could be more than $150 million. There's a stadium. The all-in cost of everything, engineering, financing costs, land acquisition, the whole shebang, $227 million. Startup costs are $15 million. So that's $392 million, which is a fairly daunting number. And I have to add that that number could be higher. Obviously, expansion fee could be higher. Anyone who's ever worked on even a small construction project in your home or something realizes that construction costs are, at best, a guess. If those costs are higher, it's the team's responsibility. If the expansion fee is higher, it's going to be the ownership group responsibility, the team come up with the money. The city's not going to have to come up with one additional nickel. if these initial costs are exceeded. That's all the risk, all on the team. Now, paying for those initial costs. Owner equity, that's the equity that the ownership group's putting in. That's basically cash money, $250 million, which is a daunting figure. There'll be debt, and that will be debt of the ownership group. I want to stress it's not debt of the city. No way is any public body responsible for that debt. The ownership group is responsible for that debt. There is no public debt on this stadium and in this process. We envision having state MDFB tax credit equity of $26 million. We've had several meetings with state officials on that. We've had positive responses, and we are in the process of preparing the applications to the Missouri Development Finance Board for that allocation. And I might note that you may hear sometimes that application referred to as $30 million, but the $30 million actually, by the time you're done selling the tax credits and with the cash equity that you have, we're using $26 million as a number on that. Then you have the 3 special districts that are referred to in this resolution. And I'll get a little more into those special districts, but the 3 special districts, we anticipate approximately $21 million total net present value over a 30-year period to go towards the stadium finance. And then there's a sales tax exemption on materials, which we hope will save $4 million on the project. And I'll talk a little more about that also. So the specifics of the resolution, delve in a little deeper. The key sections on this resolution are in section number 4. And here you have reference to the, go ahead. The 3 special taxing districts. That would be a community improvement district, a transportation development district, and we are envisioning the use of the port special taxing district there in some way, shape, or form. And I know that's in front of you all right now, but that's one of the things we have penciled in here. Each of those 3 districts would charge a 1% sales tax. It would only apply in the stadium area alone. It wouldn't apply outside of the stadium area, and the funding would only be used towards stadium financing. So that would be the 3 taxes. The effect of those 3 taxes is that our numbers, the anticipated number of people attending who will come from outside of the city, we've had estimates as high as 92% of those attending will be from outside of the city. Having these 3 taxes in place within the stadium has the effect of making them pay a large piece of the public assistance for the stadium. So we basically regionalize the support for the stadium by the use of these 3 site-specific taxes. So if you're a regular citizen living up, somewhere in the North-South St. Louis in the 4th Ward or in the 11th Ward, and you don't care about soccer and you don't go to a soccer game, you don't have to pay 1 penny towards this soccer stadium. The people coming into the city who will be going to the game, buying the tickets, the sales tax applies to the tickets, buying the food and beverages, they will be the ones who will be shouldering the main part of that burden. Then we have LCRA. We requested them to handle land acquisition. The land we're looking at just west of Union Station is currently owned by MoDOT. MoDOT is in the process of abandoning that land because they're building new interchange for Jefferson Avenue that will plug into the NGA project north of there. The city had an agreement earlier to buy that, an option agreement. MoDOT has now approved another possible option agreement, and the terms that are being negotiated now between LCRA and MoDOT that will allow LCRA to buy this land. The team will pay for any costs associated with LCRA buying that land, their professional costs, the land costs, due diligence costs. LCRA has approved the negotiation of what's called a funding agreement. The team and LCRA will enter into this funding agreement where the team people will agree to pay all of those costs. So again, no cost from LCRA or the city towards the land acquisition. The LCRA and the team envision entering into a triple net lease for the site. Now, I don't know how many different ways to say it, but in that triple net lease, the team will be responsible for all costs, everything under that lease. LCRA and the city will not be responsible for any costs under that lease. So, you know, if the team decides they want to repaint the locker rooms, that's the team expense. If the team does, you know, for security, that's the team. Utilities, that's the team. Insurance, it's the team. If there's a tornado that hits it and something goes wrong, that's the team. It's all on the team. None of it on the city or LCRA. Property tax exemption. Part of the reason for having LCRA be the owner of the stadium and the site is property tax exemption. That site hasn't been paying any taxes for 50 years. If the stadium goes forward, it will begin to generate sales, earnings, utilities taxes, which will flow through to the city. The team's not taking any of that money. So we begin to turn what's been a zero into a positive for the city by moving forward with this. But the property tax, if that had to apply, could be one of the tipping elements towards making this team financially unviable. It is an extremely long-term investment. There are no short-term major returns envisioned. And in fact, there may well have to be capital calls on the ownership group in the early years where basically they're going to have to put more money into the team because the team's not making sufficient money to cover all the debt costs and all the other costs that they have. So if you added the additional burden of the property tax on top of that, it would make it unviable. And that's the same reason in the same situation, frankly, why the baseball Cardinals don't pay any property tax and the Blues don't pay any property tax. And there was also none on the Edward Jones Dome. So really this is not a unique situation. It's pretty typical. But in this case, it is a realistic major problem which could cause a problem. So by LCRA ownership, tax exemption is achieved. We are asking for exemption from half of the amusement tax. The amusement tax is a 5% tax on tickets. Right now, almost nobody pays it. The Cardinals don't pay it, the Blues don't pay it, the city gets nothing from either of those. Mr. Conway has mentioned that the only people paying are the truck pulls at the Dome and haunted houses. But we're only asking for exemption from half of it. The other half of it, we're proposing the creation of a stadium improvement and demolition fund. And part of that reason is we'll take half of that tax money and we'll begin putting aside, and it'll be put aside for really two purposes. One would be possible major renovations of the stadium or major expansions of the stadium. And we will negotiate out what that major number will be, but it'll be a large number. It's not going to be $1 million. It'll be well north of $1 million. It may be north of 10 million, but it'll be a major expansion. We're agreeable to having that fund will be controlled by the Board of Estimate and Apportionment. So the team would have to apply to the Board of E&A to be able to access that fund, and as I say, it would have to be for a major thing. It's not designed to be for everyday wear and tear costs. Those will be borne by the team. The other purpose for the team, and one of the reasons it was kind of designed the way it is there were concerns that if soccer left or the team left after 25 or 30 years, that the city would be stuck with a vacant stadium. And so now the city's sitting there with a vacant stadium on the land, and it's like, what do we do? If, in fact, that were to happen, Mr. Ferry has estimated, this is not our estimates, it's Mr. Ferry's estimated, that there would be sufficient funds in the fund in 25 years to pay for the demolition of that stadium. So if that happens, there's funds in the fund, there's money in the fund to demolish it, stadium gets demolished, LCRA now has a fully developable site that has utilities, everything there, and LCRA has paid nothing for it. So to me, that's a tremendous opportunity. And I'm certain that city officials wouldn't hope that the team would leave after 25 or 30 years, but if in fact it did, it would really, the city would benefit by having this really great site that's ready to go with great access from roads and everything else. Let's see. Sales tax exemption on construction materials. This has become a fairly common source of incentive for projects. Most of the construction materials are not bought within the city. The vast majority of them are bought outside of the city. The estimate is that this will help save approximately $4 to $5 million towards the construction. It will cost the city some money because some construction materials are bought within the city, but the estimate of that is probably around perhaps $1 million. So really for $1 million lost there, there's a $4 to $5 million gain towards the project. So it's a good return on that money. And finally, there is a strong MBE-WBE statement inside of this resolution, which basically says that the ownership group is committed to full compliance with all city laws, rules, and proclamations for the utilization of MBE-WBE firms and the city's workforce goals in the construction of the stadium, and that all future agreements entered into by city officials relating to the construction of a stadium will require full compliance with all such city laws, rules, and proclamations. So that is the idea of moving forward on that. So the next one. We've talked about why LCRA and why the ownership is important, so I won't go over that again and belabor the point. But really, if property tax had to apply, that would be a real tipping point on this and would make it a very difficult situation. Next slide. We've talked about the demolition and improvement fund. I won't belabor that. I think we can go on from there. Future board bills. Some aldermen have asked, well, if we approve this, what's going to come back in front of us in the future? First of all, there'll be the approval of the community improvement district that would be set up and established. So that's one bill that would come in front of you. Secondly, there would have to be an intergovernmental agreement between all of the districts, the city, and the ownership group as to how all those districts will function together. Basically, the agreement will, number one, require that all the taxes stay in place until it's paid for the expenses that were anticipated. It will talk about how the boards should be governed. And I need to add that the ownership group has no interest in controlling those boards. We would like to have one representative on each board, but beyond that, the city can control the CID, the TDD, and they will control the Port District Board. So we don't have any interest or concerns in that vein, but that will come in front of the board. And then finally, the approval of the amusement tax abatement, and in there will have to be the establishment of this demolition and improvement fund. So the board will be able to see at that time the details of how that fund would work and how it could be accessed and how money out of that could be spent. So then benefits, it turns land generating zero into a revenue source. The first year total tax revenue generation between $1.3 million and $1.7 million, and the people who will be giving the finances will get into that a little more, but there's a very positive return, at least $992,000 to the city general revenue in the first year from this, and estimated 175 direct and indirect jobs. So that is it for now. I'm sure you may have some questions. I'll be happy to come back up at the end and answer those questions. And now I'll turn it over to Mr. Williams and Mr. Ferry.
If we could for just a second, I think they passed out the financial analysis up here where they, I think they were going to run some, are there some additional copies that, this is for folks out in the audience, and certainly we want to at least cover the additional alder. This is kind of mind-numbing stuff. Hold it, that's a different exhibit, I think. Is this the comparison?
I want to give you that copy, which includes this as well. And ma'am, could you also pass this on?
We have 3. We don't have enough of these.
Oh, have we got more?
Okay. Okay, so we still need some more of these then. Oh, okay. Why don't you pass these down that way? Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, you have 2 handouts that are being passed out to you, and the reason we have the handouts is that we have charts that are where the numbers are sort of small. We want to make sure you can actually see them. We will show some of them on the screen so the public can see some of them, but it's very difficult to read some of the smaller charts. You know, our role here is to be the honest broker and to give you the analysis of what we see as the deal. We're very appreciative, though, of the Taylor family and the Kavanaugh family coming to us with this great proposal to bring MLS to the city of St. Louis. So when you're ready, let me know and we'll get started.
Proceed.
Okay. So, first line. So what I wanted to do was today, along with John Ferry, who will go over the specific numbers here in just a second, is to bring to attention of the board that there's a tremendous difference between the proposal that we all looked at the last time, which is in, I believe it was a couple of years ago now. And so the main assistance that the difference between this proposal and that one is that the main assistance in the prior effort came from direct city taxes. The prior proposal included the diversion of the use tax and the diversion of 50% of the sales, the earnings, payroll, and utility taxes from the team stadium itself. In the 2018 approach, there is no request for any diversion of any taxes or direct appropriations from the city general fund for this effort. Next slide, please. So on this chart, we want to show sort of a side-by-side comparison, if we can, for this effort. And start with the 2017 approach. Essentially, there were a new tax dedicated new use tax dedicated to the team and stadium. And with this approach, there's no use tax involved at all. So the city will continue to collect the $4.2 million in use taxes. The 2017 approach had 50% of the sales tax dedicated to the team. And under the 2018 approach, there are no sales tax. In the 2017 approach, 50% of the payroll earnings and utility taxes were dedicated. In this proposal, none of that is anticipated. The 2017 approach had 2.5% of the amusement tax diverted to a TIF, and the other 2.5% amusement tax was abated. In this proposal, 2.5% of the amusement tax is collected and dedicated to the reserve for the improvements that Mr. Keeling spoke to just a moment ago. And essentially, the ownership group is responsible for the maintenance and repair of the stadium, and so we look at that as being a very positive. So there was a real estate tax exemption would continue, and under the 2018 approach, that is the same. Currently, the stadium site is owned by MoDOT. There are no local taxes collected on that site, so there is no loss in current revenue. Next slide, please. So in the 2017 approach, there was a 2% CID and a TDD taxes that were anticipated to be collected. In this approach, we will do that as well. And this is taxes collected and dedicated to the team and stadium, just the team and stadium, and no other assets around the stadium. We were anticipated that there would not be any, in the 17 approach, there were no port sales taxes collected. We, through a recent discovery, realized that all the jurisdictions in the state who have ports use the entire jurisdiction of the area for a port designation, and in the city of St. Louis, we essentially confined it to the area along the riverfront. So in order to take advantage of many of those, which we will have further discussions with the aldermen to make them comfortable with this effort about a port district, that we would have that as one of the sources, a 1% port sales tax collected and dedicated for the team and stadium. But if that is not something that the aldermen can see fit to pass, we will look at identifying an alternate stadium-based source for a 1% tax. In the 2017 approach, there were no sales tax exemption on construction materials, which is the same for, actually in 2018, the sales tax exemption on construction materials is something that we would provide. And the impact to the city is minimal, and that most of the materials, as we know, are generally bought in other locations outside of the city, but we estimated in this to be very conservative that maybe $1 million of materials may be purchased, at least the taxes from those materials may be something that would impact the city. The present value of the incentive package for the 2017 was $123 million. The present value of the 2018 proposal is roughly $39 million. And the source of that, a good portion of that, is the amusement tax exemption, which is estimated at $11.6 million. Both estimates include the value of the property tax exemption, which is estimated at $27.1 million over 25 years, but it excludes the CID and the TDD and the port sales tax. In the 2017 approach, there were no funds for the demolition or renovation of the stadium. In the 2018 approach, there's 2.5% of the amusement tax is to be collected and set aside for demolition or renovation. So over 30 years, this fund will collect approximately $28.7 million. The cost of the stadium demolition in 30 years, we anticipate could be as much as $20 million, and this assumes a cost of, in 2018, that the demolition cost could be around $7.6 million. So, next slide, please. So, in order to do this analysis, we had to come up with a few assumptions, and this page provides you with the assumptions that we had. It covers the number of games that are being played, attendance, ticket price, special events potentially in the stadium, concession and merchandise sales, and parking. And a couple of the assumptions that we use is that the capacity is projected to grow to 22,500 in 2028, and again to 26,000 in 2033. Assumes that capacity stabilizes at 91% for the duration of the stadium. The price increase stabilizes at 3% per year after year 7. After year 5, the suite price increases by $12.50 every other year. Team assumes 14 events in the first year, but we looked at it and said that we decreased it to 10 because we weren't sure that the stadium could necessarily be available in time for all of the games, but so the first year is only 10. Well, actually, I'm sorry. The 14 events is actually special events, and so we're assuming that would just be 10. And the next one is the merchandise and concession sales. We looked at that growing by 3% per year after year 7. And on the parking spaces, increased to 1,500, and the price increased to $20 in year 6 of the proposal. So those are the numbers that were plugged into our model, and I think the chairman has mentioned that we have developed, I said we, Jonathan Ferry on our team has developed a really sophisticated model where we plug numbers in and we're able to determine the return on investment to the city as well as return on investment to the owners or developers. So this next slide is the tax revenue to the city and the taxing districts. And we're looking at the total year 1 net new revenue generated from the site. And these are our projections. And I'm going to ask John Ferry to join me here, and we will walk through these charts together with you. You can look here that we have several columns here, city only, the other local taxing districts, the school district specifically, and all taxing bodies to see what the value is. So from the sales tax perspective, the city only benefits with $898,000. Parking tax is $27,000, restaurant tax $54,000, and the earnings tax $174,750, and the utilities tax is $11,000. So for a total for the city is $1,164,931. For the other local taxes, we're talking from the sales tax, $146,775, and for the school district, $144,990. Remembering that this site is not generating any dollars to the city at this point. So for all taxing bodies, from a sales tax perspective, we have $1,189,790 projected. The parking tax is $27,000. The restaurant tax is $54,000. The earnings and payroll roughly $175,000, and then $11,000 for utilities taxes, for a total of $1,456,696 for all the taxing districts who are not benefiting from anything at this point. To the next slide, please. So the special user fee for the taxing districts, it was mentioned that we have the 3 taxes that for 1% that Mr. Keeling spoke about. The current proposal features 3 stadium-specific 1% sale taxes, and they're applied solely to the users of the stadium to help finance construction, including a CID, a TDD, and a port improvement sales tax. And again, if we aren't able to get the port improvement sales tax done, there is an opportunity for the board to be creative and provide for a 1% additional tax for the users of the stadium. In the first year, it is assumed that each of these taxes will yield approximately $270,000 in revenue for a total aggregate of $810,000. And over the project 30 years of the taxes, the total net present value of each of the taxes is $7.1 million for a total of $21.3 million. Note that by state statute, none of this revenue is available to the city for any other purpose outside of the district in which the taxes are imposed. So, I guess to say it another way, if we collect the tax, these 3 1% sales tax on this site, they could not be used any other place but on this site. Since it's estimated that 80%, and we use a conservative number of 80, Mr. Keeling, I think, spoke to 92%, but we're using 80% of the patrons at the stadium are anticipated to come from outside of the city. These taxes, in effect, regionalize the financial support for the stadium. From a construction, maintenance, and reserve for improvements, the ownership group will fund the cost of developing construction of the stadium and will be responsible for the cost of maintenance and repair of the stadium. There will be a 50% exemption from the amusement tax, and a 2.5% amusement tax that is collected on sales, on ticket sales, will be deposited into in a location in the city to be held in escrow to help pay for major renovations of the stadium. In the first year, it is assumed that this amount will yield approximately $473,493 in deposits, and over 30 years is projected to yield $28.7 million in revenue for the fund. The city general revenue fund receives no amusement tax payments from any current Major League sports team in the city. And as indicated, we are looking at an exemption on the sales tax on the materials, and we think that this $4 to $5 million that is projected, that approximately $1 million is estimated to be an impact to the city. So on the return to the owners, the full return to the owners cannot be fully calculated at this time because all the revenue sources and expenses are not known. As such, we have estimated the return just on the investment in the stadium by using only the stadium-specific revenues and the stadium-specific costs. This yields an annual return of investment ranging between 2 and 5% to the ownership group over a 25-year period. So at this point, you turn to what you traditionally get, which is John's financial impact report. And I'm going to allow him to walk through those. I think the next several slides here will provide you with the graphics that sort of substantiate our viewpoint that this is a good project.
Good morning, members of the committee and members of the audience. So, yes, going quickly through these numbers, I know you can't really see them on the slide, so I will I'll read them for people that are in the audience and can't see them. So first of all, what we're looking at, the first box on the top left, obviously, is normally where we show the rate of return to the developer. As Otis just mentioned, we don't have enough information to be able to fully say what that rate of return is. And the main reason is because in order to calculate a rate of return, you have to know what your sale value is of the asset at the end of the period. And knowing what the sale value of both the team and the stadium would be in 10 or 15 years is, there's just not enough information out there right now to figure out what that would be. So, so we put that it's not determined. But on an unlevered cash flow rate, it would be about a 2 to 5, ranges between 2 and 5% over 25 years. Again, just based on the stadium revenues. So then going down the next set of boxes, that's the 10-year revenue. First to the city. The gross revenue to the city is estimated at $18.2 million over that 10-year period. That includes not just the revenue to the general fund, that includes the revenue that would come from the Prop P sales tax, the Eco Devo sales tax, and our city transportation sales tax. The portion of the incentive that sort of would be the city portion of the incentive, and this is essentially what we estimate to be the over 10-year period, the value of the property tax abatement is about $5 million, 4.9. And then the substitution effect that we used was 1.3, between 1.3 and 1.4 million. A note on the substitution effect, what we used for that was we assumed that 25% of food and concession sales would be substituted away, which we think is fairly conservative. That's consistent with what was done in the 2017 model. And basically, even though a lot of the people, the reason why it's probably conservative is because so many of the people that are coming to the stadium are most likely coming from outside the city and probably aren't going to be going somewhere else in the city just to eat if they weren't coming in for the game. but we still wanted to use 25% to be conservative. We use 15% on the ticket sales and on the merchandise sales. And so that's really sort of a purchasing power calculation, disposable income. So maybe some people go to the MLS game instead of going to, I don't know, some other thing in the city, some sort of event, a concert or what have you. Maybe another sporting event. So, but again, we think that the fan bases are different enough and that there's a large enough market for both, especially with the overlap, being that it's mostly overlapping with Cardinals. We think that the substitution rate on the ticket prices is relatively low at 15%. So we still think we're being fairly conservative there. So that gives a net revenue to the city of just under $12 million over the first 10 years. Obviously, if there was no project, there would be no revenue. So that's net new revenue to the city over 10 years. And then in addition to that, the school district is estimated to get about $1.4 million from their sales tax that they generate. MetroLink would get about $1.1 million. And then City Metro Parks and the Metro Parks District would get $122,000 and $263,000 respectively. So that total other revenue is almost $1.5 million, giving a total local revenue in the first 10 years of $14.8 million of new revenue. Over 30 years, and now I need to caveat this a little bit because, as you guys know, this model that I've built tries to estimate revenue to this that's needed by the city by different parcels of property, and that model doesn't include the Eco-Devo sales tax or the Prop P sales tax. So this number does not include the revenue that would be attributed to those funds, but it would generate over 30 years, minus those numbers, about $41 million just to the city as a net return. To compare that, the average commercial property of this size, now granted this is a very large site, it includes the parking lots that surround it. If you took that size of property, commercial average anywhere in the city, it would generate about $38 million over the course of 30 years to the city. So what this is telling us is that this project is taking a piece of property that's generating nothing and has no foreseeable projection to generate anything without this project, and would make it equivalent to an average commercial property in the city, better than, actually. Then, compared to what the model estimates would be what this property could generate, we compared it to, because it's government-owned land, it's infrastructure, we compared it to other institutional property. So if you think about like the downtown post office or St. Louis University or something, that type of property on average, if it was this size, would generate about $19.8 million over 30 years. So that means this project is generating over 2 times that amount. And that's, when you plug those numbers in, that's what results in that 5 out of 5 star score. There's no information on the TIF because there's no TIF here. The sources and uses is admittedly very rough. It's not broken down into specifics. Really just trying to get the generalities there, but it's about a $392 million project. That other public revenue of the 16.1 includes the amusement tax abatement, which is $11.6 million, and the construction sales tax exemption, which is about the $4.5 million. So in all, this project essentially breaks even from year one, and for those reasons, we think that it makes a lot of sense financially for the city. Yeah, we can go to the next slide. So this is just a graph showing all the numbers I just talked about. The top yellow lines, the bars there, shows what the gross revenue would be to the city. The green is the incentive amount, and then the blue is what is net to the city. And then those lines going horizontally, the topmost one is the sustainable number per year, the amount of revenue we need to get per year. So you can see in every year we're exceeding the sustainable number, the target basically that the city needs for this project to be viable to the city. You can do the next slide. This is just, again, another way of looking at it over a longer period. This is over 30 years instead of over 10 years. And it, that yellow, or that, what was blue on the last time is now this yellow line at the top, and it still compares it to the sustainable targets and the neighborhood average target there. You can go to the next slide. And then finally, this is just an estimate of what the property tax exemption will be worth. Again, it's, there's not a lot of stadiums that have been valued really around the country. There's very few. Certainly none in the city of St. Louis, and none that I could find in the state of Missouri. So speaking with our deputy assessor and others, essentially what we had to do is we had to try and back out the value of the franchise from the value of the stadium. I won't bore you with all those details unless you guys want me to, but we estimate that the market value of the stadium only, minus the franchise, is about $50 million, which over 25 years would be a net present value of property tax exemption of $27.1 million. And then you can see the breakdown of how much that is attributed to each of the taxing bodies there.
Okay, so in summary, we go to the next slide here. So you've heard a lot of these numbers. I think you've heard the ownership group say 175 full-time jobs. We looked at it at 145. The average salary of about $46,000. That this project is located in what we call a institutional improvement district, a strategic land use district rather, and the total institutional preservation development area. The total project cost for this is $392 million. The developer is seeking a 25-year tax exemption valued at $27 million. The local portion of the incentive represents 10% of the total development cost. The net new revenue to the city over the first 10 full years of the project is $11 million. The net new revenue to the school district over the first 10 years is $1.5 million almost, and the estimated new net new revenue to the city over 30 years is $41 million. Mr. Chairman, I'm going to end there and allow Linda Martinez to follow me with some other specific information about the project. We'll be happy to answer the questions when time comes for questioning.
I think they, they're going to change this for just a second. Ms. Betts, do you want, you're going to introduce?
I am.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. Mr. Chairman and committee members, I would like to introduce Dr. Calvin Adams, Superintendent of the St. Louis Public Schools. I believe he has a few remarks to make. I would just like to say, Dr. Adams, thank you for everything that you do. The Taylor family has had a very wonderful partnership with Dr. Adams and his team, and we look forward to that continuing. So thank you for being here today.
First of all, good morning to the committee, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to say a few words this morning. First of all, I stand in support of Resolution 180 and the MLS proposal, and there are really three simple reasons why. Could really make it complicated, but I think we boil this down to three simple reasons. Number one, youth programs. It may be lost on some, but our football programs have declined over the last 10 years. As a matter of fact, we have more students participating in soccer programs than we have in football at this point in time. We've lost from 9 to 6 football programs, and the number of students participating in soccer programs has escalated over the last 10 years, meaning that soccer has become a much more prominent sport in our community than football has in the past. And so from a youth program perspective, that's important and critical to the district and to the 40,000 students who participate in receiving public education in this city and region. And quite frankly, the Taylor family has already reached out to us to talk about what that looks like if this proposal is passed, if this actually becomes a program that actually happens. What does that relationship look like? What does that partnership look like in terms of facilities, in terms of support, in terms of making our soccer programs much more viable than they are today? That's number one. Number two, from a leadership perspective, the Taylor family has a record of integrity in terms of supporting education, social programs, programs that encompass and support the most neediest families in this community, as well as cultural institutions. So there is a high level of trust in the leadership group in terms of what their record says, a record of integrity, a record of working in a way that really makes a difference in the communities that have the greatest need. And lastly, quite frankly, it is about business and economics. I think the President said it earlier, this is a business deal. As much as the first two things I talked about, it's a business deal. It's taking land that has historically not been utilized and utilizing it in a way that is much more supportive of what happens in the community. So from a school district perspective, I wasn't aware until I sat here to listen, a $1.5 million increase over 10 years. That is substantial. That is a substantial impact for the St. Louis Public School District. So again, I think it's a no-brainer. I sat back, I listened. I've not looked at all of the data, but it's a no-brainer listening to all of the information that has been provided. So again, as I said before, I stand as the superintendent of public schools, putting on record that I support the MLS proposal and for the facts that I've already indicated. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Adams. Next, I'd like to introduce a gentleman that's actually had a relationship with 3 generations of Taylors, Dr. Flint Fowler, President and CEO of Herbert Hoover Boys and Girls Club.
If I could, before I just, for the sake of the audience, I'd like to interject. The importance of the last comment from our superintendent is something that shouldn't be lost. Frequently, municipalities have their own government, as we do here in St. Louis, and school districts are separate governments. Frequently, our chief source of economic incentives is real estate taxes, which is in essence local government using real estate taxes that support our school systems to go ahead and provide for economic development. It creates in some occasions, conflicts between the two. We've been actively working and engaging with the school district over the last couple of years. Superintendent, I hope Angie Banks has made you aware of our outreach, and we're trying to work at getting on the same page. But the comments from the superintendent, I think, is something that we should kind of underline and highlight. So thank you for your attendance today, Superintendent. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I just wanted to highlight that.
So I just want to go ahead and have Dr. Flint Fowler come up from Herbert Hoover Boys and Girls Club. Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you for this opportunity to speak. I certainly appreciate the chance to be here. As a lifelong resident of the city of St. Louis and a current resident of the 28th Ward, I certainly support this proposal. My wife and I also own land in the 5th Ward, and so I am committed to the city of St. Louis, a graduate of St. Louis Public Schools, so I know how important these types of opportunities are and how frequently, infrequently, they come about. My other responsibility, as was mentioned, is with the Boys and Girls Clubs of Greater St. Louis, where we are obligated to help make sure that young people grow up with the capacities that they need to succeed. In particular, we want them to be productive, responsible, and caring citizens. We want them to be actively engaged in our community, and Brandon is a product of the Boys and Girls Club, and I think that shows exactly the type of impact we're trying to make, and certainly Alderwoman Boyd has children who have participated in the club experiences, and so we're engaged in helping to make sure that young people have what they need in order to have successful, productive futures. But we want them to have successful, productive futures in communities that are vibrant and exciting, that offer opportunities for them. And I think this type of proposal is just what our community needs to show that we are committed to making sure that St. Louis is the kind of place where our young people want to grow and where they want to live. The ownership group has proven its value to our community by the many things that they've taken a part in. They're not a group that's going to pack up and leave tomorrow. Their commitment to their businesses, their philanthropy, all indicates that they love St. Louis, they love the St. Louis region, and they want to do what's right for our region. So I think that's important to note as well. Our Boys and Girls Club on North Grand is in a community that's full of potential, but potential by itself doesn't get you much. You have to have an investment. You have to have people who are willing to be a part of making that potential a reality. Here we have the opportunity to bring some potential to life. And I think with the type of ownership group we have here, that can happen. And it's important to have a successful public-private partnership of this type in order to make this stadium deal a reality and bring an MSL team to St. Louis. Obviously, our children will get a chance to benefit as they get a chance to interact with players as we expand soccer programs in the city of St. Louis, just like we have with football and track and field and swimming and baseball and all those other things that help young people have fun and be committed to activities that are going to help them be productive and that are going to utilize the time wisely to keep them away from dangerous things and point them to positive things. And I think we can't take that too lightly. I know that President Reed has already stated that some of these dollars can be directed to recreational and leisure activities. Growing up, I had a chance to participate in programs at Wohl Center. I had a chance to participate in programs at the YMCA, and that, along with my family, kept me on the right track. And so we have to make investments in projects like this so that we can then make those similar investments in the young people that we work with each and every day. So as the superintendent stated, I want to stand on record as being in support of this project and hope that the committee will move it forward. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Linda Martinez. I'm the Deputy Mayor for Development. Steve Conway here, Chief of Staff, and we're speaking from the Mayor's office. This is a great day. We are being presented here at the city with an amazing proposal to support a very strong proposal, this wonderful opportunity to bring an MLS team to the city that we all love. And I want to talk about why this is a strong proposal. And we've heard a lot of this already, so I won't go into great detail. We have a very committed local ownership group that is very involved and very strong in their connections to our business community, our philanthropy community, our soccer community. Their generosity and support to this city have been their elements of support have been just too numerous to mention. I could go on, but we've heard some of them, and we really appreciate their support and appreciate this proposed investment. As we've heard, this proposal is a great balance of a public-private partnership. It supports both the development of the team and the stadium, and it also increases tax revenue to the city. We have a strong commitment to inclusion, diversity, outreach, MBE goals, and workforce development goals. And this also builds on the economic development strategy, the ordinance that you all passed a couple of weeks ago, maybe it's earlier this year. So we're talking about, in the economic development strategy, really trying to be committed to growing tax revenues, to employment opportunities, and to building on the assets we already have here in the city. As you see in the financial analysis, that we have a growth of tax revenues. This opportunity gives us a way to attract and retain talent, attract and retain companies, and it builds on our destination tourism industry cluster. It builds on our attractions, builds on the cultural activities and venues that we have here, and our entertainment venues. I'm going to do a quick slide. If you think about, and this is not my phrase, Otis came up with this, we have a magnificent mile here in terms of destination tourism, in terms of entertainment. And if you look at the pictures, we start at the Arch, then you go to the old courthouse, you go to the Jefferson Memorial, you go to Ballpark Village, Keener Plaza, City Garden, Soldiers Memorial, Stiefel Theater, Enterprise Center, Union Station, the new aquarium and Ferris wheel is coming, and then you go to the stadium itself. If you go to the next page, pictures of those, the last page, the next page, you can see all the way from the stadium to the Arch. We're going to have a vibrant downtown that creates jobs and tax revenues for our city. I want you to know this is not a slam dunk. We need to support this effort, and we have competition. We have real competition. These are cities that are in competition with us. We're in competition with them. There are 26 teams now. The MLS is going to award 2 more expansion franchises, and we want to be one of those. We want to be top of the chart in terms of competing with these other up-and-coming cities. The last city that got approved was Cincinnati, and you've heard the assumptions that have been made here. But so Cincinnati is starting to play next year. The assumptions are that we'll have a 20,000-seat facility. Cincinnati has sold 25,000 season tickets for year one. So these assumptions can be very conservative. I'm hoping that we meet Cincinnati's challenge and we exceed it, and we convince the MLS that this is the place. So we want to tell the MLS, we've got a strong ownership group, we've got a market that is we are a great sports town, and we have strong history and interest in the support of soccer. And we got an amazing urban location here, intersection of east-west tourism connections along Market and north-south connections to the neighborhoods. That's it. We really hope that you support this resolution and bring soccer to this town.
And Mr. Chairman and members, everybody who's testified is now available to answer any questions that the group, the committee would have. Thank you.
All right, we'll provide the committee the opportunity to ask questions, as is customary down here. We'll then offer, I think we have, at least at one point, we had several older people who are not on committee. We'll provide them an opportunity should they wish. And then when we've had all the questions answered, we'll open it up to comments to the public. We've had a number of people sign up, and we will reopen up the sign-up sheet if we need to. Alderman Kennedy was here. Alderman Boyd.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, are the mics on?
Play musical chairs.
Good morning. I just want to say to the Teller family, this is a phenomenal opportunity, and I certainly want to thank you for all that you do for the city of St. Louis. Your generosity is unsurpassed by most major corporations around the city of St. Louis and in this country. I'm known for having a whole lot of questions. This has been a very thorough presentation, and I only have one, and it's for Bill. Bill is the legal guru who comes up with all these fancy financial tricks or incentives. I say it affectionately, trick. I've learned a lot from Bill. Paying attention to detail is very important. Oftentimes, presentations are made and what you see is not what you really get. I'm reminded, Bill, of some years ago, I think there was a referendum done on public financing of stadiums. So can you explain to us, I think I know the answer, but explain to us why this is different and why there's no need to go before a public vote?
You're correct. Your memory is correct. There was a referendum, and there was an ordinance passed by referendum. But then there was also a lawsuit filed over that that referendum and the ordinance that was passed by referendum. And I've got the court decision here. It's a 34-page decision, which I won't go into. I won't read the whole thing to you all, to spare you. I'll only read one line. This is from Judge Frawley's decision, which is City Ordinance 66509, Chapter 3.91 of the Revised Code of the City of St. Louis is hereby declared invalid. It was declared invalid because of vagueness. So, bottom line, we think it's dead. I mean, maybe there's somebody out there who could do a Lazarus Act and try to bring it back to life, but I doubt that. So as far as we're concerned, there is no such ordinance anymore.
Okay, thank you. No further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Alderwoman Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have one question for the St. Louis Development Corporation Director. You had an opportunity to explain how a Port Authority district could assist in a project like this with the opportunity for some structure for operation and ability to move certain incentives. One of the things that was questioned early on was how would the Board of Aldermen have oversight? And I'd like for you to clarify that, because we have had on the books for years an ordinance that declares the oversight of the Board of Aldermen as it does in any economic incentive that is provided by the city of St. Louis.
So to speak to that, we have in the past, almost every incentive that we have, every one that I'm aware of at this point, must be approved by the Board of Aldermen. And so the one that does not require an ordinance is, but has a resolution, is an enterprise zone. And so we propose that for the board to consider for the expansion of the Port District to have a similar rule for proposals coming through the Port Authority, and we require for the board to also approve it by resolution as well. So it would give the board oversight as well, so the Port Authority would not have complete jurisdiction over that entity. So one of the things I want to be sure is that everybody understood is that every community in this state, Kansas City, Jefferson County, St. Louis County, St. Charles County, the Port Authority boundaries are similar to the jurisdiction boundary. And so within the Port Authority, we are able to do a number of things that will, to include the AIM zone, which is a facility that will allow for us to capture funds from the expansion of jobs in the area. These are funds that are state taxes that would be eligible for, and so it would add to the potential for us to provide for other infrastructure improvements. And so we've been looking at this port expansion for over a year and a half, way before the discussion became for this new effort on the soccer. And so, but this is one possibility, which is to provide for a port improvement tax through this. And so we would obviously would like to see that happen, but as I indicated in the discussion, it's not dependent upon that. I'm sure the Board of Aldermen could find another way to do it, but we think that the port improvement district would be, and the expansion would be one way to do it.
Thank you for that clarification. I also want to suggest, and you know I said this all the time, you don't have to believe me or you. The information is online. I ask the public to read the information for themselves so they understand how the ordinances are written and the authorities that are there for these various departments. I really want to have about a minute here just to say a couple of things. The city of St. Louis is not a corporation that has a constant stream of revenue coming in. We are suffering like all other urban cities who have had, our infrastructure is outdated. We don't have the ability to do many things that we had the opportunity to do when we had 800,000 or 900,000 people. We don't have that many people living here, spending money. So the smart thing to do is to learn how to be an economic engine to provide those tools for the people who have chosen to be residents here, and we sure appreciate it because we really don't want to lose any more people. But we need to get smarter. We need to encourage more economic investment. We need to find ways to make sure that we can take care of our city. There are too many things that need to be done. So when I look at this partnership, and I know the entities that are working together, they're very serious. They're very dedicated to this city. They don't like to lose money either. They're smart business people. when you look at their background and when you look at the sustainability of their corporations, you know that they're not in it just for the fun of it. And so that is another tool that is coming to us, the city of St. Louis, to help us move forward. I thank all of the partners for what you have done in the city, most especially I know because, you know, I'm all about children and families, and your foundation has been there for years, and you have done some huge things to help us. But at the end of the day, we can't use opportunities for political folly. We cannot use it for dislike of individuals. We cannot use it just to be, and some people just want to be. So I'm about business. I support this, and I'm hoping that anything that anybody doesn't understand, all the information can be made available to you without any hesitation. You can call your staff, any of us. I'm always available. I give out my cell phone number in the public. I don't have a problem. So I will sit down and work with you. Our children, I'm going to give you a brief example, and then I'm done, Mr. Chairman. Kingdom House has a soccer team, and they start at like age 4 or 5. They don't have an adequate place to play soccer. They come to Gamble Center, and they play on our need improvement baseball field. And it looks like an international village. We have Africans, we have Hispanic, we have, people from all over the world who have come to live here, who know and love, and soccer is their football. And I'm looking at these families, and they got their coolers, and they got the snacks for the kids, and there's serious soccer going on. So let's grow that. Let's grow our own. If you go look at the stats for the St. Louis Public Schools, it was years ago we went with a vacuum on soccer. Now these kids are ranking in the state. It's wonderful. And they have scholarship opportunities. So I thank you. Let's move this forward.
Alderman Kotar, any questions?
Thank you, Chairman. Apologize for ducking out and coming back. I've got just a couple of questions, and I thanks everybody for being here. Maybe this is a Jonathan question. I want to ask about his chart, I think on page 11 of the slide deck. And I apologize if I missed this earlier, but Jonathan, could you walk us through, I guess, in your analysis, the capital stack on the right, you're showing, I guess, private debt, 80 million, equity, almost 296 million, which is about 75% of the project. What's the 16 million, which is 4% of other public? What is that?
Yeah, that is the amusement tax abatement and the construction sales tax.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Combined.
All right.
In present value.
All right. And then, John, and this one's probably not for you. Anyone can answer this. And this was probably explained and I missed it. Could someone talk to me just basically about the state's role in this? The land is all currently owned by the state and controlled by MoDOT, right?
No.
Yes, Alderman Kotar, that is correct. The land, all but really one parcel is owned by MoDOT.
Okay.
MoDOT is abandoning that area, that intersection, and building a new intersection at North Jefferson. And when they abandon it, it kind of creates a problem because you kind of almost have like a valley going through there.
And are we talking just the land on the south side of Market?
No, it's actually the land on the north side of Market also.
Okay, there is that parcel over by the hotel, by the peach tree or whatever?
2 or 3 parcels north of Market that are currently being used, I think, for parking.
Okay.
That is correct.
In terms of remediation, who's responsible for that? Of the MoDOT land?
It would be it would be ultimately the owners.
Okay.
Would be responsible for remediation.
Got it. But the land's actually ultimately at the end of the day. So MoDOT's giving us the land.
Well, they're not giving it to us. MoDOT is required to sell it for fair market value.
Okay.
And
whatever that is.
part of the discussion in working on the agreement between MoDOT and LCRA is how will that fair market value be determined? Ms. Martinez could.
So as to if there's environmental concerns at
Right.
that site, the price would be adjusted. That's what we discussed with MoDOT. So that if if there's $1 million of cleanup that needs to be done, the fair market value would be less than $1 million, and therefore we would pay less for the land and have the money available through the ownership group
Gotcha.
to do the remediation.
All right. Thank you very much, guys. Nothing further, Chairman.
Just to make sure that it's underscored, the city will be reimbursed 100% of all of that from the ownership group.
Alderman Ogilvy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks to everybody who did the presentation. That was thorough. I do have a bunch of maybe sort of detailed technical questions. Maybe if I could start with Mrs. Kindle Betts, or Ms. I'm sorry if I got that wrong. Hi.
Hi.
Question for you is just how does the ownership group interact with the MLS, and do you have a sense of the criteria the MLS is using to select which owners are awarded these two teams? Because that's obviously the biggest factor in whether any of this happens.
We have, I would say almost to this point, daily contact with the MLS. I do not personally, but our team does. There's a gentleman by the name of Charles Altchuk who's sort of our day-to-day contact. So far, all the feedback we're getting has been great. Keep it up. Jim Kavanaugh received an email the day before Thanksgiving from one of their senior executives. We're seeing everything that you're doing. It's all positive. Keep it up. I think as far as how they would select the next two teams, I think first of all, they want a strong ownership group. They want to make sure that the land is secured, and if you read in the papers, some of the other new franchises are having trouble with the land. They want a strong community support, and I think that MLS for the Lou has certainly shown them we've got the community support. But I think that the majority female ownership, I think, is very intriguing. But I believe that by the end of this calendar year, our application will put us heads above everybody else. I just don't think anybody can offer what we can offer.
Okay, thank you. I've got a couple questions, maybe both for Mr. Keeling and Mr. Williams. So can we talk about, there's been a lot of discussion about ownership of the stadium itself, and I think who owns the stadium may actually be less important than what the lease says about who's responsible for what as regards the stadium. And Mr. Keeling went through a list of future things that will require approval by ordinance. I didn't see lease on there, but I assume that the Board of Aldermen is going to have to approve the lease, or the lease is going to be a part of some other package of something that the board approves in the future, or is that not?
As currently moving forward, and Ms. Martinez could comment on this also, the lease would actually go through LCRA, and the Board of Aldermen would not have the lease in front of it.
Okay. So that,
your former colleague did make a good mention, though, that it will be available before the package of bills comes in front of this board. So, well, you all will see it.
sounds like I asked a good question.
Well, you all will see it, and it will be available before the package of board bills comes in front of this board.
Okay. Right, because, I mean, we know that the resolution is not binding. The lease is what's binding. So the real financial obligations, how they're divided up between city and owners, the details in that lease are important. Certainly, as we've seen with other leases the city has entered into on other sports facilities, the details can matter a lot in the long run. So, so I suppose won't be my problem, but that'll be something future aldermen will have to worry about down the road.
Alderman, I think the thing that is kind of missing is the timeline of all of it. So the way I see it playing out, right, that lease and the components within it would have to be fully approved, and SLDC and all those guys would have taken that up, so that when we move forward, whatever we're moving forward with, the future board bills, we will have that and all the components within that document, right, and be able to determine if we indeed have any problems with the lease prior to final vote on any board bills. So in that way, we have some control over what that lease ultimately looks like.
Okay. And LCRA would be the entity approving the lease technically because they would own the stadium. Is there a reason why it would be better for LCRA to own the stadium than for the city of St. Louis itself to own the stadium?
Well, I think in the past, for all of the stadiums and sports facilities that we've had, and one of the reasons why LCRA was formed, it is to the ability for the organization to be, one, nimble on its feet, but be able to be responsive, if you will, to the private sector and moving forward, which is why I think the city created the redevelopment entities that I oversee. So, I think that the LCRA has the capacity to be able to be that owner. I think with city assets, it requires, I call it full Board of Aldermen action every time, and it's not as responsive to the owners and the operators of these facilities.
Okay. This site, or most of this site, is in the North Side Regeneration TIF area, which I understand that we've issued a notice of default on, and that's being litigated currently.
Well,
yeah, does that?
The lawyers speak to it.
So how? That's a complicating factor, I would guess, that I don't necessarily understand all the implications of, but can you walk us through possible scenarios and how that plays out? I assume if we win on our notice of default and we've dissolved the North Side TIF area, then it's a non-factor. But if we don't win, I could imagine that really changes the financial scenario, because then the developer we've chosen may have certain financial rights to revenue from the site. Isn't that correct?
Let me bring you back to the current status here and get you up to date on how this is playing out. So, city did deliver a notice of default to Northside Regeneration. That was not cured, and there was an actual termination of Northside Regeneration as the developer. They are not entitled to any TIF revenues under the TIF redevelopment agreement or under the TIF plan. The TIF plan remains in place. There are actually two developments going on at this point in time. The fresh food market and the gas station. We have made as a city, as a Board of Aldermen, commitments to issue TIF notes with regards to those two specific projects. And we're going to honor that commitment because other people put in equity, other people put in debt in reliance on those TIF notes. So the entire area is still within a TIF, but Northside Regeneration is not the designated developer, nor is it entitled to any of the revenues. And the litigation that was going on was only with regard to the actual site of the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency. So it's only the 97 acres.
Okay, so there's no, McKee or related entities are not making any claim to any development rights or entitlement to revenue for the rest of the geography of the TIF area?
They were the only claims that have been made were with regard to the 97 acres.
Okay. Can we walk through the sale of the land from the state? And maybe this is either Otis or excuse me, Mr. William, or Ms. Martinez. So LCRA, we have an option to purchase it right now. Is that correct?
Yes, actually, we are negotiating the final terms of the option, yes.
Okay. Obviously, there's an enormous amount of site work that has to happen here. Is that site work included in the cost of that we're showing as the cost of to build the stadium?
I'll let the ownership group speak to whether it's included in their cost, but we've been told that we will be reimbursed for any cost that we incur. And so at this point, the party doing it has not totally been resolved, but the cost of doing it will be borne by the ownership group, I believe.
Yes, we do not anticipate MoDOT paying for those costs or LCRA. It would be the ownership group that would have to cover those costs.
Yes, so the ownership group has included those in the financial models. I think this is an opportunity that where we might look to MDFB credits to help with some of that infrastructure and site work.
Okay, so the idea is not that the city spends who knows how much, $10 million, sort of bringing that up to grade, and then is later on reimbursed, 3 years down the road when the team is functioning or something like that?
Absolutely not. All of that's part of the whole pre-development cost, so absolutely not. Thanks.
Okay. And then there's some, I guess this is a lease question again. There's already some sort of projected improvements to the stadium that are included in these projections, like additional seating, 5 years down the road. Are those costs rolled into the cost of the stadium, or is that above and beyond what is being shown in these projections?
It would be above and beyond what's being shown in those projections, and the timing of that would, of course, depend on how well the team's doing, attendance-wise.
Right.
So there are hopes that, in looking at what other teams have done, there are expectations that the stadium may warrant expansion at a later point, which I think would be good for everybody. I mean, we all should celebrate that because it means more money, basically for the team and for the city when it occurs. But there is no hard, fast deadline point, and that would be something that would have to be negotiated in this lease agreement as to who would be responsible for costs up to a certain level. Maybe a little bit of that fund could be drawn down upon, but the fund that we're talking about, of course, is going to build up over years, and if you're trying to do it in year 5, there's not going to be much money in that repair and replacement fund, so it would basically be a fault to the team.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's, sure, of course.
So the ownership team has done 4 site visits, and if you look at, we went to New York, 2 in LA, 1 in Kansas City, I think we have another one. Kansas City was personally my favorite, but had more of a Midwest feel, and they have plans for expansion, but they're still debating about whether they're going to do that or not, and maybe capitalize on some other pieces within the stadium. So I think the safe answer is it's not that expansion piece isn't in the models right now, but I think the reason why is because I think as the team gets going, I think we want to have that flexibility to see how best to utilize the space before we really talk about expansion.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess my question is just who we contemplate then paying for those new, those additional costs above and beyond what's included in these projections. And then maybe a technical question for Mr. Ferry. No.
Sorry, my hearing's still not.
Oh, sorry.
What it used to be.
Yes, and I'm a notorious mumbler, so I apologize. So in the financial model,
I'm just pulling up on my.
Yeah, the model is mostly talking about revenues to the city and like the point of sustainability for city revenue, and we're sort of talking just about general revenue there. But I just want to make the point that we're actually kind of underreporting the total revenue that comes off the site because we're not including things like the portion of the sales tax, that's the economic development sales tax, and the portion of the sales tax, that's the Prop P sales tax. So while those aren't technically general revenue, they still, directly support city services and salaries of city employees, et cetera.
Correct, yeah. So what we did on the report, so you're right, in most of the reports, we don't include any of that in the 10-year revenue number. In this report, we did add that number in there, but it's not included in the 30-year number. So the Prop P, the Eco Devo, and the city transportation sales tax, which is about a total of 1.5%, I believe, is not included in the 30-year.
Okay.
We did get it included in the 10-year, and it was included in the 1-year estimates in the slides.
Okay, so it is in this, in the scorecard report.
Yeah, in the 10-year number it is.
Okay, is Prop P sales tax in there?
It is.
It is, okay.
Yep.
But the...
And it's about 101,000, what was that, a year over? I think it's 101,000 over, is what that one generated over 10 years. It's not in the slides, we consolidated it for the report, but I'm going on memory.
Sure, so, and remind me what the 30-year tax revenue number is?
Just on the Prop P or on the...
No, the whole.
On the whole, the 30-year minus Prop P, minus Eco Devo, minus the transportation tax is just under 41 million.
Okay, so I guess that's my point, is that 41 it's sort of underreported because there's additional funding there that supports the metro system, supports police salaries,
Right. Yeah.
And that does that include like the school district portion of the sales tax?
No, that's just to the city.
Okay, so that's like our general revenue figure. So when that 30-year figure gets reported, we're not reporting the true number of tax revenue, we're just reporting the sort of general revenue. So that's maybe an important point for...
It also doesn't include anything off-site, so no hotel stays, nothing like that.
Right. Okay. Thanks, everybody. So, yeah. I mean, I'll just wrap up my questions or comments by saying, I mean, I don't see any other, I think we have a huge land use problem at this site, and I don't see any other project utilizing this property ever besides some type of large project like this. So I think the choice is really between, this zero tax revenue proposition on an indefinite basis versus something like, a new $1.5 million a year in revenue plus obviously a new amenity. My only caution, I think on day one, this looks like it's way on the one side of the spectrum of good financial stadium proposals versus other things the city has entered into and other cities have entered into. However, there are, I think, maybe just a few notes of caution to cite going down the road. And many of those, I think, have to be worked out within the lease. So obviously, I think we should proceed, but I'll just remind everyone that lease is going to be of the utmost importance. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Alderman. Alderwoman Boyd, any questions? No questions. Alderman Bosley, any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate everybody for being here. I also think this is an amazing opportunity. I myself have never gotten the chance to actually speak to any owners of any major sports organizations or help facilitate bringing any of them to the city of St. Louis. So I think it's great being a part of this committee and being a part of being on the front line of kind of helping making that come to fruition. So with that being said, I do have questions. I most certainly don't want to come off in any type of way as disrespectful at all, but I do have questions as a young man in the city. I'm not sure if I remember exactly, what is it, 7 owners right now? 9. Okay, that is awesome. Is there a reason why, and are all the members there family members also?
Well, so it's 2 families. So it's Jim Kavanaugh and his family, and then the Taylor family.
Okay, so but everybody is family though from the 2 different families?
Correct.
Okay. All right, so that might answer my question, but I'm just going to ask, period, just to put it on record. 30 years from now or 20 years from now, who knows exactly how this project will manifest and where we will be as a city, but I'm going to ask the hard question. Why aren't there any minorities on the ownership level?
Well, I think, to be quite honest with you, Jim and Andy had a good professional relationship, and I think what we decided to do was keep the ownership group tight and close-knit. I don't think that, it was ever intentional or anything like that. It's just sort of how it all came to fruition.
Understood. Just got to ask,
That's fine. I'm glad you asked.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Also, are there any, investors that you all are using also besides the people on the ownership level, the 9? Anybody else investing?
No, just the 2 families.
Just the 2 families. Okay, that is awesome. Will there be opportunities for any other companies to possibly invest? Will you have any? Because this is a major opportunity for everyone, especially for the city. I mean, I think there are, possibly billions of dollars that could, come across in years to come, especially if you stay over 30 years. I think as time goes on with sports, we'll find a lot more ways to generate revenue just through technology and a lot of other ways. And who knows exactly, once again, in 20 years, what will exist in sports, what type of technologies will exist. I just want to make sure on the lower level we're looking at every possibility to get everybody, to have the possibility to make some funds. So that is, is there any?
Not at this time.
Not at this time. Okay. Also, it says here that that we're going to create a SID, and maybe this is for SLDC. Will that SID only be encompassing the stadium itself?
Just the stadium itself. So each of those three, the SID, the TDD, and the Port Improvement District is just for the stadium itself and within the stadium.
Okay, so it says here that 21.3 million will be over the course of 30 years and be for will help in financing the construction of the stadium, correct?
Correct.
All right, so when do we plan for the stadium to be completed?
Well, you mean the construction of the stadium?
Right.
If I believe it's spring of 2022.
Spring of 2022. So the monies that will be coming in after the spring of 22 within that SID will be used, since construction is already finished, will it be used to do upgrades or maintenance?
It's part of their financial package, but I'll let the ownership group speak to how they will use it. But it is the results of the taxes being generated on the site. And as I mentioned in the presentation, by state statute, it can only be used on the site. So there's no other option but to use it on this site.
Right, understood. So I'm asking for a reason. I know we're only doing 7.1 million a year.
Yeah, how it will work is the ownership group will spend its money pursuant to an agreement. Let's just take the SID. The SID and the ownership group will reach an agreement where the ownership group will say, okay, we're going to build this, and the total cost will be $7.1 million. And the SID says, great, that's the SID project. We're going to give you an IOU for $7.1 million. So the SID says, we owe you $7.1 million, and the SID will oversee the construction and make sure it's done and look at the receipts to make sure the money's all been spent. And that IOU will say, we'll pay you back over the next 30 years, or a period of time, maybe 20 years with the SID, but there'll be a payment over a period of time where the SID will then get revenues in. They'll come from the Missouri Department of Revenue, will send the sales tax money to the SID. The SID will then write a check back to the ownership group. to repay that money that the ownership group paid at the start. And the same process would repeat with the Port Authority and the Transportation Development District.
Okay, thank you. Also, let me get to this page here. So we are setting aside, 2.5% of the amusement center tax collected. Trying to find my page here. Give me 1 second. All right, it's somewhere around there, but it equates to around what I think it was about $475,000.
A little $400,000 in the first year, somewhere in the neighborhood of $27 million across the 30 years.
Right, so across, and that is for major improvements for the stadium, correct?
Yes.
So as far as the minor improvements for the stadium, would that be used at all for minor improvements or?
No.
So
no, not
the
at
maintenance of the stadium, as far as maintaining, that'll come right out of the investors' pockets?
Yes, all on the owners, and it's part of the triple net lease that we'll do.
All right, that is pretty dope. It's dope. It is a really cool deal, like it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
You know, and I want to just shorten what Bill was saying earlier, because I think you raised a good point. We need to make sure people clearly understand the way the SID, TDD, and all these things work. Those things services, they're there to service the debt, right? Plain and simple, they're there to service the debt, right? And then if you heard earlier in the presentation, you remember when you create a community improvement district, there is a board that oversees the expenditures of the funds. And when we create the ordinance, we state in the ordinance what those funds are going to be used for. The ownership group has stated that they would like to have one seat on that board. The rest of the members on that board that will oversee the expenditure of the SID can be from the city, right? And we're going to choose that. So I think all of that's good. It helps to keep a balance of power within it.
Great. And I want to add one more thing. And once again, I know this is all business, but we also know in time the things that are necessary to continue business after land foundations, right? And we've spoken to it before, one of the committee members. This is a city that I think we kind of need to change. And we all are working on a lot of different things to kind of help facilitate the difference in the way this city is looked at. There are potential, over 300,000 people that could come and visit the city every year. That would, from what this says, be 90% of individuals who actually don't live here. They'll be visitors. I think with that, and even with the people who live in the city, we need to make a genuine effort to protect those individuals who come into the city at the same time. You can go on the news and find a lot of things that are not so nice about St. Louis. So, I urge you as an owner, and for the rest of the owners also, to kind of look at what we can do to be a little bit preventive of some of the things that do happen in the city, because you're making a 30-year investment. In 30 years, a lot of things can happen. You got people that are 1 year old right now that'll be 30 in 30 years. So there's a lot of impact that I think Major League Sports has, and anyone with an audience, has on the youth and the people who are, growing up in those arenas. I know that you have had the Boys and Girls Clubs here, which is certainly appreciated, and it's good to know that they have support. But it also would be awesome to have something, and I know there's a genuine effort. You're not going to put this amount of money into something and not, be genuine about it, but that'd be nice to have something in writing for those sports institutions who house all of our children, and have the ability to reach those kids who are in the communities that are distressed, and just in the city in general, whereas we are adults who are running around doing a lot of other things all day. They take our kids and they help grow them, and they put them in an environment where they grow together and learn together. So this could potentially bring in a lot of money, and it'd be very nice to have something set aside that you all have set aside on your own and say, we're going to have this amount set up for Boys and Girls Clubs, or for children's groups, whatever it is that you can do, or you all see fit as being able to make an impact on the youth in this city, so we can change the overall outlook on the city in general, because they will be the adults here one day. So I appreciate the opportunity. I think we all do. I think it's going to be awesome if we can pull it off. I just want us to make sure that we are thinking of how much money we're actually bringing in and how much of an impact we can make on the lives, because, you know, the money's going to continue to come in, man, especially if you're writing checks like you're writing them. So, you know, this isn't your only business venture, but I do appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alderman. Alderman Oldenburg.
Certainly. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I want to thank the ownership group for this proposal and for you all tackling this opportunity. It is greatly appreciated on behalf of the city and as a resident, so thank you. I also do want to welcome, there's a lot of new faces and sports fans here that are taking an interest in local government, so I certainly support that and invite you back for maybe something not as exciting as professional soccer, because, you know, in some weird way, lots of things that happen in this chamber are exciting to me. So welcome. Secondly, I would like to this might be a question for the sponsor, President Reed, as well as maybe some members from SLDC. We spoke a little bit about as you know, President Reed, yourself and members of this committee have been working pretty hard on the economic development strategy for the city.
Absolutely,
and what
yes.
that means, that we don't have sort of a shotgun approach, that we are more laser focused on large catalytic investments, such as the proposal that's in front of us today, and how that connects to other assets we have, but more importantly, how do we create catalytic impacts and other economic activity in and around this site-specific that may not be of the highest and best use, or that are also underutilized. So I'm thinking sort of from 20th Street to Jefferson and maybe up to Olive down to Choteau. So is that something that I think we can append this proposal to, that working strategy, as well as any other small area planning that SLDC may have in mind?
Yeah,
because it's not just about the stadium, right?
Not just
we want to
about
be able to branch it out to other areas that aren't receiving highest and best use.
No, absolutely, this is not just about a stadium. And I'm going to let SLDC take part of this, but here's the way I look at it. We need a major anchor in downtown West, right? And this provides a major anchor in downtown West. So between this anchor and then, the park, the whole park district all the way down to the arch, all of those things now begin to all tie together. And then we go north up to NGA, and then we go south over to the Cortex district. All of a sudden, we're creating this entire, these new revenue-generating major projects that are all feeding off each other and helping not just those districts, but everything outside of those districts also. So I see that this is a major anchor that will help us tremendously, especially when you think about the aquarium that's coming down there also. All of that helps. But I'll let SLDC take this question also.
Thank you. As you know, we have been talking about an economic development strategy or a plan for a couple of years now. And fortunately for us, we have been able to we're about to secure funding to make that a reality. In fact, we have selected a firm to, conduct that strategy development. And it's not just about one place. It is about the city and having a strategy for the entire city. So the area that you're speaking about, though, in combination with a number of efforts, we have the Choteau Greenway having been developed, and there are folks who are working to try and develop the spine that goes from the arch to the park, in this case, Forest Park, and also goes north and south along various arteries. We also have our efforts to try and improve the directions and also the infrastructure approaching the NGA. And so one of the major efforts there was to improve the interchange, which is I-64, which brings about this opportunity, actually.
Yep.
And so it also reconnects the city grid. It provides for improvements along Jefferson and along 20th. But it also brings both Clark and 22nd Street back into focus. And in combination, we have addressed a plan around this, but we will be working with the ownership group to look at what the overall effort might be for all of the land. So we know that the stadium has a specific spot, but there are other lands that we've spoken about here that may have been an opportunity for other redevelopment to occur. The ownership group has not yet made any promises about that, and so there may be an opportunity there. But it could, if it's not the soccer ownership group, it could be others that will try and redevelop around there. So we are looking at this in a holistic plan.
Great.
We are working in combination with our partners at downtown STL on trying to ensure that there's a very positive, if you will, image of downtown.
Yeah.
Irrespective of the television and I call it the instant media about crime that happens in this city, there are major efforts that are underway to try and improvements, not only just the infrastructure, but it's also, I call it the social fabric of this city. And so many people are committed to that, and we're working every day to try and make sure that we aren't just building buildings, we're trying to build a city.
Great. That's great. Thank you. My next question is really around, there's, maybe for Jonathan or you, Mr. Williams, there's a good amount of revenue side analysis here, which I think was important to what's going to accrete to the city and what's poured back into the site vis-a-vis the financing or the construction side of things from a cost perspective. But do we have a sense of what the annual operating costs might be for the stadium? I just think maybe understanding what the expense side might be speaks to maybe sustainability.
This is
I understand
Tom
it's preliminary. I
Who
understand.
is the CFO of Worldwide Technologies, who's kind of wearing a CFO hat right now for the team group. So anyway.
Yeah, who was not prepared to speak today, but thank you. So the expenses just for the stadium side itself are now bundled completely with our overall operating model.
Okay.
So,
they are.
because it's all in the ownership.
I understand.
So I don't know if you were trying to carve out just those stadium expenses.
I was speaking maybe over, what the assumption might be for an annual operating cost year.
Yeah, I don't have that off the top of my head, but I just speak to the overall model. As everyone's indicated, this is not a lucrative cash flowing type investment when it comes to that. So there's, roughly 30 million in annual operating expenses just associated with running a franchise, including the stadium expenses that we're hoping to match revenues accordingly.
Oh, okay. So a $30 million assumption does include both the operations of the stadium as well as the team.
As the team, yes,
oh,
sir.
okay.
Yep.
Okay. That answers my question.
Thank you.
Thank you. Great. Perfect. So this is also in a question maybe for SLDC around stadiums and the analysis of the cost of the stadium, cost of the stadium potential demolition. So what comparables did we use in the assumption of that it may cost $20 million,
Sure.
25 or 30 years from now because, I think everyone can be well aware that in the last 10 or 12 years, there's been a prolific, building of stadiums throughout major markets, as well as the demolition of old stadiums. So I was just kind of curious.
Yep. So there's not a ton of data out there on what it costs to demolish stadiums, but what I was able to find, there's a range. So at the low end, there's the 23,000-seat Rosenblatt Stadium, which is where the College World Series was played. And that was demolished in 2012, and the cost of that demolition was $2.5 million. That is, of all these comparables, that is probably the closest in size and the closest in sort of like structure, meaning that it's an open air, not a dome type of thing. The next sort of, next one going up on the list was Texas Stadium in Dallas, or Arlington, I guess, which is where the Dallas Cowboys used to play. It's about a 60,000 plus seat facility. In 2010, that was demolished for $6 million. And then in 2008, Giant Stadium in, I guess that would be New Jersey, was demolished for $10 million.
Okay.
Similarly, the Seattle Kingdom was $10 million. And then the RCA Dome in Indianapolis was $13 million in 2008.
Got it.
So there's a number of different factors that cause those prices to differ. Obviously, the market, things that are higher cost generally, like New York, cause things to go up in cost. The age of the structure, if there was asbestos remediation required, causes the cost to vary. And then the proximity to other structures. If they had to sort of take special precautions in order to not damage something else around it. So given that, what I think is a fair estimate is we think the most comparable conservatively.
Right.
Probably most comparable realistically is the College World Series one, but we decided to use the Arlington, Texas, the Texas Stadium one, which was $6 million in 2010. In 2018 dollars at 3% annual appreciation, that would be $7.6 million this year is what it would cost. If you were to take that 7.6 and project it out to 2047, 25 years after the stadium is built, that would be the 20.7 million or whatever. Yep. Or no, that's 30 years. I think the 25-year number was like 17.6 million.
Okay.
And then at 30 years, it's 20.7. So I know there have been a couple of comments regarding can you use the fund is estimated to generate the 28.7 million. Obviously, that's a nominal number, so that's not discounting it to be present value. If you wanted to discount it to be present value, then that fund would generate about 11. Is it 11? I'm going on memory now. Between 11 and 13 million dollars, I want to say.
Okay.
But you'd have to then compare that to the today cost, which
Right.
is $7.6 million. So it still covers the cost. Yeah. So, but anyway, long story short is using these estimates, which again, I think are very fair. With it seems like it should be able to cover the cost.
That answers my question. Thank you. You've done that analysis, and I appreciate it. I'm going to end, Mr. Chairman, here just by saying that, I think soccer is fun. I think that the entertainment of professional sports it does provide meaningful economic development. But let's assume for a second that I don't give a hoot about soccer or professional sports. In my 15 years of community and economic development financing, and financing and around other public projects, I've not seen a better structured deal that does in fact limit the risk to the city and the municipality in its participation to this. So I do applaud SLDC and the entire team for all the hard work that I know they put into this analysis and for how they structured. And for how they structured this deal. So Otis and Linda, thank you guys, and hats off to your team. This is a very catalytic project, and I think that if any investor or business were coming to the city and they said, we've got this size of a project and we're going to put in 80%, and in this case a little bit more than that, of our own money, and here's the balance of private-public partnership we're looking for, we would be tripping over ourselves not to run forward with this. So I do applaud everyone's effort. I would like to echo just a little bit Alderman Ogilvy's comments regarding the negotiation of the lease. I think that is going to be something important, something that we're all going to want to pay attention to. I would avoid any provisions that require some sort of top-tier stadium definition. That's all I will say. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Alderman. So that concludes the questioning by committee members. When we pass a resolution out, it goes before the full board, which is the body of the whole, 28 of us plus the president. And to attempt to do as much work in committee as possible. We try to provide an opportunity at committee level for board members to ask questions during the committee hearing. So we'll go ahead and provide a chance. We have a number of alder people that are here today. Alderman Muhammad had asked first. Alderman, can we ask one of the committee members to perhaps have a designated seat for non-committee members? Alderman Muhammad.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to all the city residents who are out becoming engaged in this most important issue. I'm a little disappointed. I think the stadium will look better on Natural Bridge. I'm a little biased though, but I think this is a great idea as it relates to the economic mobility of the city. However, and I must be straightforward, I think that the city of St. Louis has done a terrible job when it comes to urban growth and planning in disenfranchised communities. I want to know what would be the direct impact of the 21st Ward or the 3rd Ward or any ward that is currently struggling economically. What would be the direct impact of this stadium directly? Not imaginary figures or numbers, but what would be the direct impact? How many jobs are actually created? I heard something like 170. And I want to know, does the team ownership, will they agree to abiding by ordinance number 70767? There was the minority inclusion and programming bill that was passed last year by Alderman Boyd and several other committee members. I want to know, will this construction and project comply with that ordinance? And I also want to know, I have 3 questions. In the proposal, the city general revenue fund receives no amusement tax payments from any current major league sports teams. I want to know why is that exactly. So 3 questions, and I can repeat them all if I need to.
I'll take the first one about minority inclusion, and will the ordinances that we move on in the future include the minority inclusion? Absolutely, absolutely, 100%. As you know, all of us have worked for years to put that ordinance in place, and it was not an easy ordinance to get done, right? And we worked on that. I know ever since I've been here, we worked on it year after year after year. But last year, thanks to Alderman Boyd and a lot of members on this committee, we were able to finally get that ordinance done, right? So that ordinance will be a key component to this plan, but not just this one, but other ones moving forward. In terms of direct impact to the 21st Ward, you know, when we look at you know, the new jobs that are going to be available, people from wards all across the city can apply for those jobs and hopefully obtain those jobs, right? When we look at the hundreds of jobs that will be created just during the construction phase. As you know, when we took a look at the football stadium deal, one of the provisions that we worked on within the football stadium deal was working with organized labor to open up their roles so that we can get people from all across the city into the trades. So I can see that very similar effort taking place within the ordinances as they make their way through the board. And if you think about just, we've heard a lot today about direct impact. We heard about $1.4 million directly to the general fund and those sorts of things. The piece that Alderman Oglesby and others alluded to earlier was the economic impact, you know, the indirect economic impact. And that is major also. And that, if you look at everything on balance, that is probably the larger piece that the city will take away from this. So when we have 350,000 additional people visiting our city on an annual basis, a city of 320,000, We're talking about bringing 350,000 people in to visit, renting hotels, eating at our restaurants, shopping at our stores. All of those types of things create jobs and other opportunities for people in the 21st Ward, the 3rd Ward, the 16th, 17th, and the 22nd. 24th Ward, even though he's leaving us, still the 24th Ward and the 19th Ward. So people in every ward will benefit from that because we will be a stronger city and a healthier city.
Thank you, Mr. President.
On the amusement tax, I will tell you, in general revenue for this fiscal year, we had budgeted $175,000. We're probably on target to get about $170,000. Back in the early 90s when I first started, we started exempting like the Fox Theater and the theaters and some of these people from the various amusement taxes. Our sales tax rate was not anywhere near 10% at that point in time. Then over time, every proposal that came forward, like the Fox Theater no longer pays the amusement tax and things like that. So everything was eventually removed from the amusement tax. The last thing that was left standing was the Trans World Dome, or whatever we call it today. So when there's a sports event inside there, not a normal convention, there would be the amusement tax, because that was one of the components that they used to finance it. The only other people, I pulled the list of all of the people, and as Mr. Keeling said, that were currently paying the amusement tax, and it was right around Halloween, and it was the haunted houses. And so what we'll do with the amusement tax in the future, I don't know, but it puts this proposal on an even deal with what all of the other sports teams, all the theaters, all the other entertainment venues in the region.
Thank you, Alderman.
Are you finished, Alderman?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I think this is a great idea. My only fear is that we are not planning for long-term growth in poverty-stricken communities and neighborhoods. And with a project of this size and of this magnitude, I think that it can do some real good for St. Louis. But the problem for me is that in the city of St. Louis, we continue to hide behind the arch. We continue to hide behind downtown. And that's not the reality of the city of St. Louis, not with a crime rate above the national average or a poverty rate above the national average either. We don't grow or expand economic development. We do it in this little kingdom of downtown. No offense to my alderman from the 7th, but we continue to build up downtown St. Louis. And I'm just wondering and I'm waiting, when are we going to start redeveloping North City? But I think that this is a great deal for taxpayers, and I commend you, Mr. President, for working diligently to get this done with the team ownership and with other interested parties. This is definitely something the city needs, but I just want to make sure we don't forget that North St. Louis needs a little help too. So thank you, Mr. President, for your work, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to ask this question. No further questions, sir.
Thank you, Alderman. Thank you for your comments, and you are right on point. It's so important that the city continues to broaden its net in terms of major projects across the city.
Okay. Also, not on the committee, requesting to ask questions is Alderwoman Rice. Alderwoman, did you have some questions?
Is it, Mr. Chairman, is it okay if I defer to one of my other colleagues first?
Well, I'm recognizing you now, so if you
That's fine. Sure.
If you don't want to ask questions, it's fine. But okay.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you all and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to speak this morning. I also want to convey my excitement at this prospect. I think that particularly soccer is a really approachable sport. It's something that it takes a ball and a couple of things to set up a goal to play, and I think that that's great for our city. And the expansion of that excitement, I think, is a really good thing. Even in my area in Tower Grove Park, we're going to be putting in futsal courts, and that's a sort of a compact soccer game that is played by a lot of folks internationally, and we have a great immigrant population, and we have a goal as a city of St. Louis of being one of the fastest growing regions for immigrants in the United States. And so I think this also appeals to that, and those are things that are particularly close to my heart. So thank you for all of this, and I think that there's a significant civic pride aspect to this, that we as a region can come together and support this type of an effort to have a region rally behind something. It's exciting when we've got sports teams that are doing well, and we've got a common banner to unite under. So just want to say thank you for that, and thank you for the opportunity to ask questions today, just so that we as representatives of the people are understanding fully what we're entering into, and have the best information that we can to convey that back. And so from there, one of the questions I had is about the 2.5% ticket tax fund. So we've heard mention in a couple of different ways how renovations would happen down the line. So I understand that an expansion of the stadium would only be if we necessitated that, if sales got to that point, if we needed more seats in the stadium. But if there was a point at which we got to that, say we overwhelmingly sold out every game from the beginning, and year 4 we're already looking at expanding the stadium, but the fund does not yet have the money to cover that, what happens to that extra expense?
Well, first thing is, as you alluded to, the numbers that are in the proposal are fairly conservative. So if we have a problem of overcrowding, if we have a problem of overselling on tickets and so on and so forth, that means that the city's going to be in much healthier shape, right? That means that, the amusement tax, which you're referring to, that amusement tax would have collected even more money, because we would have had exceeded every expectation, right? Is a good problem to have. So if the city was sitting in that position, I don't know about you, but I would be very, very happy. And I think that that's a good problem to have. We would have to, all of these are just, just things that we're going to say, okay, what if X, Y, or Z happens, what happens then? So I could tell you, if we have a problem of overcrowding, if we have a problem that instead of 350,000 people coming to the city of St. Louis, there's 450,000 people, that means there's another 100,000 hotel rooms that we sold, another 100,000 meals that we served, and so on and so forth. So I think that all of those things would be good.
Okay. And I respect that. I think that also would be a great problem to have. But I guess my question is the ownership group responsible for anything that would be above what that fund would currently hold? So.
Absolutely. The ownership, what the city is responsible for in that major projects fund, that's our responsibility. If at that time, let's say 10 years from now, like you're predicting, if 10 years from now we have 450,000 more people coming opposed to 350,000, and the team says, well, we need to expand the stadium, there's X amount of dollars in that, but the expansion to accommodate these other 100,000 people would be X, Y, or Z. So I think the city should look at that point and determine that with the real numbers in front of them to determine what we would do today on something like that. I don't think it would be prudent to say yes or no. What would the city do? Everyone sitting here, all the members of the board, will have a choice to make at that point in time, because that would require additional board bills. So you would debate that issue as it comes before you.
Okay, so I guess what I was hoping to hear there was that the owners would be responsible if the funding was not in there, because that was one of the issues that has come up most recently with the former Scott Trade Center, with the Enterprise Center, was that there were requirements for upgrades and things, and the money was not there, and we had to pass that back to the public.
The Scott Trade Center was different. When the people formatted the Scott Trade Center deal, they did not put a fund in place for major improvements, this first thing. So, and then when you look at, the Busch Stadium, right? Busch Stadium, the city had no ownership in it. The city doesn't own the ground or the stadium. But improvements had to happen for the team to remain competitive within the marketplace. And this board and other city leaders worked to put that in place. It had nothing to do with the ownership of the building.
So, if I could, to the ownership group, is there a minimum amount? Well, so when we come to major project improvements, is there a certain threshold that we have to hit before we that would be contained under what the ownership group is responsible before we tap into this this entertainment amusement tax fund? Is there a threshold there or no?
Just a couple things. I think to answer your first question, the goal would be to have that money go into fund and have that fund continue to accumulate. We understand that there's going to be costs that are going to probably happen within that 10-year time frame, and the ownership group is more than willing to step up and pay for that, because the fund needs to grow in order to take care of, certainly things are not getting cheaper to build and upgrade. I think as far as there a threshold, I think that's sort of where we're thinking maybe, once we get the team and we start working through the lease, we would sit there with the right representatives at the table to try to say, okay, what is that, taking all the hard work that the numbers people have done and some of the costs that we're learning now about stadium construction. So I can't say that there's a threshold right now, but I would hope that as we start going through the lease and as we start working with the teams, we kind of figure out what that threshold is.
Okay, thank you so much. And that's, I guess, one of my concerns is that when we're looking towards this fund and saying it will have a certain amount of money at the end of 30 years, well, that's saying we haven't dipped into it yet for something else, right? And so just wanting to keep that in mind as we're going forward, that that fund can be used for multiple things, major improvements or to demolition. And so there is a possibility that some of that money will have been used before we get to that 30-year benchmark that we have in the financials. And I understand they're conservative. There may be more money than that. These are all estimates. But just wanted to try to clear some of that up. So I think that's all the questions that I have. Thank you again for for caring about our city so much, our region. It's really appreciated. And also to see a women-led group is fantastic. Thank you.
Alderwoman Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you to everyone who's worked on this. I know a lot of people, including all the aldermen, have put in a lot of time on this, and I definitely want to thank the Taylor family and the Kavanaugh family for being willing to invest and step up to the plate, and I know they've done a lot for this region. I have a question, I think, to the president of the board as the resolution carrier. So I am a little new as an alderman. I've not been here that long. And kind of one of my questions along the way has been why we're picking and choosing details to be in this resolution. If we just need the resolution to say, yes, we'll engage in the conversation, we want to get the franchise, let's do that. Why not just a resolution that says, yes, the Board of Aldermen or the city will engage with the ownership, and yes, we support this conversation for soccer?
No, first off, I think it's good to have more information opposed to less information. I think it's good to take a look at some of the potential, impacts in the city, plus or minus, right? It gives people an opportunity to evaluate it in a real sense. And the ownership group may be able to speak to this next part, but I would think that it also really solidifies the city, a little bit about what the city's position is as it relates to this for the MLS. So I think it strengthens our business case moving forward.
Okay, so just to go off of that, We do have the WMBE in the resolution, and that is for the contractors. That's not for the boots on the ground. That's not for the folks working the concession stands. And my next question is there a commitment to add to the resolution that we include paying the area standard wage?
And I can have SLDC and these guys speak to that, and probably Linda would be a good person to speak to that, but absolutely prevailing wage, all of that stuff is included in here. The minority inclusion plan is part of it, the workforce development piece, all of those things. But we'll have Otis speak to.
So for the construction, as you indicated, it was used a standard model, and we will always abide by the resolutions. By the ordinance for both the enterprise part of it as well as for the workforce. As far as I call it permitted operations, the team, I think they will be committed to paying whatever not the prevailing wage, but what the minimum wage is. I think at that point, if they pay above the minimum wage, I think let them speak to that. But that would be, the commitment that we would have. So if that's something that the board would want to have negotiated, I think we can probably have that conversation. But I believe at this point that is the minimum required by the city. But it will require, a specific for the permanent workers. And it would be in the final lease arrangement that we will work in. So obviously, our promise here is to bring back whatever the negotiated lease is back to you.
So correct me if I'm wrong, though. The types of incentives that we're talking about that are in these presentations, that would not trigger prevailing wage. I'm talking about a commitment in the resolution, just like we have the WMBE, to mention area standard wage.
Alderman, because of the way it's being proposed to be structured as being owned by LCRA, it's the ownership's expectation that that's a public works. And as a public work, prevailing wage would apply. So we fully expect that prevailing wage will apply because it's LCRA's. It's like the city building it.
Yeah. And that's the way, that's my understanding, that's the way the thing is structured.
I would like to see it in the resolution. I know there was another resolution and it was in there. I'll take it on good faith today with what you all are telling me, but that is a major concern I have. So.
All right, but
for construction, there's no word.
Yeah,
that will in fact be.
Exactly. It has to be. It's not a choice, right?
Okay, I was just told yesterday that the types of incentives that didn't trigger that.
Because they were looking at it as a total private project.
Okay.
But the way the deal is structured, it's automatic.
So I think the ownership group has committed to using union contractors, which essentially is equivalent of a prevailing wage structure.
Sure.
So for construction, I don't think we have an issue.
Okay.
I think where we come down to future discussions is about the operation of the venue. Okay.
All right. Thank you. That's all the questions I have now. For now, thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Chairman Rohde, for allowing those of us not on the committee to ask questions today. And thank you to the ownership group for spending so much time, and SLDC for spending so much time here on your feet today, answering questions. Couple of, I think, just clarifying questions, some of them to kind of follow up on what Alderwoman Martin was saying. And, do we have the ability for some of the things that we have discussed today that are being told to us as commitments to make it into written form into the resolution? Because I do agree with the president that more information is better than less. And so as we have talked about some of the things today, such as the city, not having any responsibility for cost overruns, a commitment to not come back and ask us for further financing? Are these things that we can have a commitment in writing in this resolution as actually occurring?
What was the question?
So the question is, there's been a number of things today that have been told to us through the presentations that, such as, the city not being responsible for any cost overruns, that we won't be, responsible for additional maintenance should that fund fall short.
Yeah, that's not something that we would, that's not something that we would amend this resolution to state. If you look at the nature of a triple net lease and what a triple net lease is, and when we have that lease in front of us and we're taking up final board bills, we have an opportunity to take up some of those things at that time. But the thing that I think continues to be missed here amongst is that this is a triple net lease, which means that the owners are responsible for the operations, they're responsible for maintenance, they're responsible for upgrades, they're responsible for insurance. If a tornado hits the building, it's the owner's responsibility and their insurance company's responsibility to rebuild it, right? So, so I think that is as clear as we can make it, right? So I would just invite you to look at take a look at triple net leases.
So a couple of other questions here today. At one point in time, the ownership group was talking about owning the stadium rather than the city. Can you walk us through the process through which that changed and the reason that it is advantageous for us as a city to be owning this rather than, or the reason that the ownership group does not want to be the ones owning the stadium?
I could tell you this, if we were sitting here today and the Rams team owners own the Dome downtown, we'd be in bad shape, right? The only reason we can move forward, renovate our convention center, and repurpose that dome is that we have control over that land. This piece of land that we're talking about, it is not new to me. When I was the alderman of the 6th Ward, we looked at this piece of land for years to try to figure out how we can work to repurpose it. But when you have upwards of $20 million in pre-development expenses related to it, it becomes a very tall task. So this piece of land, after it goes through pre-development where it's a developable piece of land, this will be one of the highest in terms of return on investment, one of the highest returns on investment for land in the city of St. Louis. So let's say 10 years from now they decide not to play soccer anymore, and they decide to fold up their camp and leave. The options for this, number one, the city now has a fully developable lot, zero out of pocket. Across those 10 years, we've taken in nearly $15 million at least in new direct revenue. The indirect revenue, indirect impact to the city of St. Louis through hotel rentals and meals and everything else downtown would be huge, right? And if we want to remarket that piece of land, we can make part of that remarketing, say, you pay for the demo. Right? So there are a ton of options available to us in the future. But the difference here would be that it's in control of the taxpayers of the city of St. Louis, the future of that land, a major piece of ground in our city that could be left dormant if whoever would own it would decide not to do anything with it. I think that would be a mistake. That's part of the challenge we have all across our city with major pieces of ground.
Thank you. Could I also hear the response from the ownership group on that?
I'll field that because I was in some of the early discussions relating to ownership or how that would change. And I stressed at the early discussions that it was very preliminary, that we were reviewing various options that could be used or would be available. And it became clear, a couple things became clear. First thing that became clear was that financially this thing would not work if it was not tax exempt. And as Mr. Ferry testified earlier, obviously that's common all across the country, trying to figure out what the assessment would be on a stadium. They're not assessed because it just doesn't work. And that's true with the ballpark, it's true with Scott Trade, it's true with all of them. The second thing that became clear was the cleanest way of achieving the tax exemption was through LCRA ownership. So that's how we settled on LCRA ownership. Now, by doing that, though, frankly, the potential future value, if this stadium is abandoned in 30, 40, 50 years, it accrues to the city, all of it, you know. So the ownership group kind of gave up that future opportunity.
So kind of piggybacking off of some of that, you're aware right now that the state auditor is auditing a lot of our use of tax incentives in the city. And one of the recommendations that the state auditor has said is, or one of her concerns about our practices in the city of St. Louis is that we don't have sunset clauses on our SIDs and TDDs. And so could you also walk me through, I guess, a couple of questions here. A, in what year does this become profitable? And B, was there discussions about having sunset clauses on some of these tax incentives? And is there the possibility of tying sunset clauses to when this project does become profitable?
The way it's currently planned is that the special districts will service the debt that's envisioned to be in place. And there's state statute limitations on how long you can have a CID serve, certain debt can be held. We were playing theoreticals before, if this happens or if that happens. If there's a proposal in 25 years to do a major rehab of the stadium, it would make total sense to leave those special districts in place, which, and amend them and extend them on, because that's one of the engines that's helping fund, you know, the stadium rehab and frankly getting regional support, because 90 to 92% of the people coming are from outside of the city to help fund that major rehab. So caution would have to be exercised as to whether or not you really wanted those to end. I think some of the concerns that the state auditor may have had may be assuaged by the fact that these will not be controlled by the team. These will be controlled by the city. The city's going to appoint all the people. The owners have just asked for one person on the board. So the future city can control that situation.
And then as we look at, in the numbers and the financial documents that were provided to us, there are plans for 2 major expansions. Who is the intent that in 2028, when the first one is theoretically planned, and 2023, when the second one is theoretically planned, will the ownership group then be coming to the city and asking for bonds or other, you know, financing in order to pay for those expansions?
Thank you. Actually, I think you said it best. It's all theoretical. One of the things we're learning on these stadium tours is they started with one footprint, had room and plans for another, but they may not have capitalized on that. So I think at this point, the answer is I don't know. But if we do have some of those expansions, I believe that the ownership group would do whatever is prudent, and if we take care of it, then that's what we'll do.
Okay, I appreciate that. And the reason I'm asking a lot of theoretical questions is because we've been down this path several times. And it's not in year 1 through 5 that we get burned. You know, it's year 10, it's year 15, it's when, quite frankly, a lot of us who are asking these questions today may not even be here, and pushing this on to a next generation of elected officials who then look back at us and say, why did these folks do this to us? So I think we have an opportunity to make sure that we are not repeating the mistakes of the past. This is a significantly better deal than what went before taxpayers almost 2 years ago. And I still, want to be prudent in ensuring that we're not making commitments to things that are going to end up hurting us later down the line. So I
And
appreciate
as a lifelong St. Louis resident and driving downtown and seeing an abandoned dome, I certainly am very sensitive to the questions you're asking. And so when we started thinking about establishing that fund, it was the fact that we drive by a dome and it's, quite frankly, an eyesore. So as we were trying to structure these potential items that will go into the lease, I just want to stress that the ownership group is very sensitive to the questions you're asking, because again, we live here too, and we see it, and so I completely understand and I appreciate you asking the questions.
Thank you. And then one final question. We talked about prevailing wage. What about the ability of workers to unionize once the facility is open? So, your food service workers, your...
Yeah. I think that's another one that's theoretical as to, I'm not even sure what trades there would be. I'm not sure it would fall under just the general labor laws.
I mean, Unite
that
here
exist.
has in the past had stadium workers and folks that are concession workers.
And I'm sure they will come and look at it, but again, we cannot make a commitment like that at this time.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that.
And let me just underscore what he meant by that. He's not saying that the workers will not be able to unionize, right? It's going to be up to those workers and folks like that once they get in. But the ownership, from my conversations with everybody sitting back here, they do not have any intention of blocking unions out of being able to organize. Otherwise, they wouldn't have committed to build union.
We're often, as a board, good at being union on the front end and not on the back end. So that's what I want to make sure is happening. So those are all my questions today. So thank you very much.
Yeah, and to your last statement, I know I want to make sure that you're saying that about yourself and not about all your members and other members of the board, because there are a lot of strong union supporters on this board, and they're not trying to hoodwink anybody and say, okay, I'm going to support it now, but I'm not going to support it later. So I would just caution you to temper your statements when it relates to that.
Let me clarify. Okay. We often write in union wages into development bills. What we don't often write in is a requirement to unionize on the back end in order to get.
When you say we may be you. We may be you, but again, I caution you not to throw that blanket over all of your other board members, because I would tell you, having been here for a long time, that that is an unfair and unjust statement to attach to all of your fellow board members. Thank you so much for your time.
Alderwoman.
That's it. Thank you.
Alderwoman Ingracia. Okay. Are there any other alder people left who have any questions? Okay. At this point, we're going to go ahead and open it up to the speakers at the request of the proponents. They have asked that those who have signed up to limit those who've signed up to just 3 speakers, and therefore we're going to we actually have a fair amount of other business that we have to take care of today, but they have graciously asked we are asking that those who are in favor, other than these three speakers, we'd like to kind of recognize you, but we'd like to focus on these three speakers. There was no one who signed up con. Is there anybody who's planning on speaking against the ordinance? Okay. I'm sorry. There was no one who signed up to speak against the resolution. Is there anyone here who plans to speak against the resolution? Okay. We will recognize you in just a second, Mr. William Cleo. So we had a number of, and I'm trying to reiterate now that I got the microphone. We have a number of people who signed up to speak in favor. However, given the hour, the ownership group has asked that we limit that to just 3 people. And I'm asking the others to grant us the courtesy. You've been very patient listening to us, but this is at the request of the owners. The first person speaking in favor will be Carlos Ramirez. Mr. Ramirez.
Good afternoon now. Good to see you all. Obviously, we know soccer is an international sport, and winning a Major League Soccer for St. Louis would help put our city on the international map. We have a diverse soccer history and fan base. Winning a Major League Soccer team for St. Louis would be welcomed and would help us make us a more inclusive city. As the president and CEO of the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce and the chairman of the St. Louis Economic Development Partnership, I believe an MLS team and stadium would also create new opportunities for all small businesses to get work here in the city and increase economic development. It would add to the resurgence St. Louis is currently going through with many other projects that we have been working on to get on the national scene. Our city's redevelopment is centered on bringing people and institutions together with an emphasis on inclusivity, and MLS team would make us more competitive in attracting immigrants and businesses to our region. So of course I'm in favor of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have at least one identified speaker to speak against it. Did you want?
I'm sorry.
Did you want?
Thank you.
Okay. And it's my understanding this has all been worked out, that these three speakers, that the other speakers have been notified that, or have agreed not to speak. The second designated speaker in favor is Bill McDermott.
Good morning, everyone, or as the case may be, good afternoon. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I grew up in Walnut Park, played soccer in the schoolyard at St. Philip Neri. But in full disclosure, I must tell you that I was part of the initial broadcast team for ABC and ESPN from 1996 to 2002, and then from 2002 to 2010, worked for Kansas City, Columbus, and Houston for Fox affiliates. And I mention this for one reason and one reason only. I have seen this sport, this league, transform communities. This is about, as many people have touched upon, this is about opportunity. The opportunity to put St. Louis back on the national soccer map. A chance to bring the one true world's game to Market Street. A civic renaissance through a sport, if you will, that caters to the masses. It's all inclusive. Soccer is a sport for a changing America. St. Louis FC has embraced that change in just its 4 years of existence. Look at their roster for 2018. Players from the United States, Canada, the Congo, Cameroon, Germany, England. That's just the players, the fan base, the supporters, the Luligans. Equally diverse, ages, races, nationalities. Irrespective of where they come from, they come to the soccer park for one reason and one reason alone, to watch a team that has St. Louis on its shirt. MLS has stated ad nauseum ever since the expansion process started. 3 ingredients are mandatory: solid ownership group, plan for a stadium within your city, and existing soccer culture. The 2018 season concludes in MLS next Saturday on December 8th with 23 teams. Teams 24, as been alluded to, is Cincinnati. Teams 25 and 26, David Beckham's Miami and Nashville. They're to follow. Columbus is not moving, they're staying. Consequently, it seems that Austin is team 27. Consequently, there's room for 1 team. Vying for the 1 team, Phoenix, Detroit, Las Vegas, Sacramento, San Diego, and St. Louis. St. Louis was the first soccer capital of the United States. Where is the soccer capital of the United States now? No one knows. It's played everywhere. But of one thing we are certain: any degree of respectability, awareness, a newfound cachet that the sport of soccer enjoys today in our country is directly attributable to what late St. Louis started on May 28th, 1875, the birthplace of the sport in our country. This 2018 scenario is dramatically new. 100% local ownership. The league relishes that fact. The Taylor Kavanaugh families are going to invest more than $250 million. They're dedicated to St. Louis, its growth, and perhaps, most importantly, its place in the United States. As I mentioned just a moment ago, St. Louis began this current farm of this soccer phenomena, soccer craze, 143 years ago. It's now time to be a participant, no longer a spectator. This opportunity will not come again. Thank you very much.
Missy Kelly.
Hi, I'm Missy Kelly. I'm the president and CEO of Downtown STL Inc. I appreciate the opportunity to address you today, and I promise to be brief. It is critical that the residents from across the St. Louis region participate in the downtown economy by showing up. I would argue that the greatest barrier to our growth as a downtown and as a city is the perception of crime and safety. And vibrant, active urban spaces feel safer and are safer. Busch Stadium and Enterprise Center provide the single largest draw for people from across the St. Louis region to come downtown. On game days, our restaurants are filled, our sidewalks are active, and downtown St. Louis feels like and is a vibrant and safe place to be. Adding a third venue at the western end of downtown will breathe life into the west end of downtown that is currently quiet after business hours. As Ms. Betts noted, St. Louis families are vested in soccer. 50,000 players, tens of thousands of families. One can imagine a family coming downtown for the game, stopping by the new aquarium next door, and enjoying a bite to eat at one of the 300 restaurants in the neighborhood. The proposed stadium location will anchor the downtown redevelopment renaissance that is currently underway with the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency to the north, Cortex and the Foundry to the west, and the modifications being made to Union Station just to the east of the site. This could be a tipping point for downtown, which would have a positive impact on our region's brand and our economy. Thank you.
I was asked to recognize Dan McLaughlin as
Good afternoon. My name is Dan McLaughlin, and some of you may know me over the past 2 decades as the TV voice of the St. Louis Cardinals, but most importantly, I'm also a very, very proud St. Louisan that was born and raised here, and I absolutely love this city. I live here year-round with my wife, Libby. We raise our 4 children here in this wonderful town. In fact, my mom, she has lived in the same South City house for nearly 50 years where I grew up. We just spent Thanksgiving there, And on a separate note, I need to talk to you guys about moving a sign, but that's for another day. And I'd like to give a shout out to Alderman Oldenburg. Mom says you're doing a great job, and I also agree with you on that top tier lease. I want to first of all say, before I get to my remarks, thank you to all of you for your public service. You put your names, your reputation on the line for what you think is right for the greater good of the people of St. Louis, and I know that's not easy. You have questions to ask. I appreciate that, and I appreciate the job that you all do. So you may be wondering, why am I here? Why would Dan McLaughlin, who's a baseball guy, be here to talk about soccer and a stadium? I was asked to come here and speak by Jim Kavanaugh and Carolyn Betts, and when I was asked, I jumped at this opportunity because of this project. And also, most importantly, as I said before, I'm here because I love this city. I love it. I want to make this clear. I have no skin in this game. I have no ownership, no employment opportunities, no financial interest in this team or this stadium. None. As a matter of fact, and believe me, if you're on social media or in any other entity, I have more to risk than to gain by being here today and speaking out today. But to me, the risk is worth it for what we may get and for this city. One of the constant themes I hear is that we as a city do not have enough progress. So once I heard about this project and how it works, I thought to myself that I could either sit around and do nothing, or as a concerned citizen, get up, use my platform, my voice, and help and try and make a difference. That's why I'm here today. I believe this stadium, MLS, makes us a better city. This is progress for St. Louis. If we don't do this and take soccer out of the equation, if we don't support projects like this through, believe me, we are in trouble. I travel for a living, and many times I hear about the negatives associated with our town. But there are so many positives associated with St. Louis, and those stories need to be told as well. I've lost count of the number of times when I've been on the road and I've heard someone say something negative about St. Louis, and that really bothers me. And I've spent hours with an opposing broadcaster or a fan to tell them about what our city has to offer. And believe me, they go away and they're floored by what I tell them. It doesn't matter who it is, but I'll stop what I'm doing in preparation for a game, map out all the wonderful reasons why St. Louis is a great place to live and to work. As all of you know, we have a great city. There are positives going on both economically and community perspectives. This is a great place to live. However, we do need to dust ourselves off from the negatives and those perceptions and actually do something about it. Jim, Carolyn, their ownership team, they are trying. And that's all we can ask for. I applaud them for it. I support them. This stadium and MLS is a step in that right direction, and I truly believe that. I'm going to assume that some of you have children, and as I mentioned before, I have 4. What I'm about to tell you may hit home with you personally or with somebody that you know. Let me take you back to January 12th of 2016, and it's a date that I will always remember, and that was the first time since my oldest son was an infant that I saw him cry. Also the last. That was the date that Stan Kroenke took the Rams from our city, became richer, and torched our town on the way out. You see, that Christmas, Santa had just brought my son his favorite Rams jersey. Wore it every day. Playground, coming home, wore it to bed, wore it every day. Then January 12th of 2016 happened. They were gone. With tears coming down his cheeks, he asked me why. I didn't have a logical explanation that night, and I still don't. What do you tell your little boy? Greed's a great thing? To this day, it still makes my blood boil. Tonight, that never should have happened, and it didn't need to happen. So today, I'm here for him and for the hundreds of thousands of sports fans and soccer fans in this town that now have a chance to see a team come to our community and move forward in the aftermath of the Rams. This is progress. This is a win. The Kavanaugh-Taylor families are willing to build a stadium on a blighted piece of land without a dime coming from taxpayers. Now let's think about that. That's an amazing investment. The governor and the mayor have already given their stamp of approval. Not only is the ownership group willing to build this stadium, they're willing to bring MLS to town and pay the expansion fee. St. Louis would be back to 3 major professional sports franchises. Now, can you imagine what downtown would be like? Think about this, a beautiful Saturday afternoon, the Cardinals play, then beat the Cubs, then walking from the newest edition of Ballpark Village, turning down Market Street, staying at the beautifully newly renovated Union Station with a brand new world-class aquarium. You walk into the soccer stadium, you watch St. Louis play Chicago, Kansas City, Dallas, another regional rivalry that would bring excitement and commerce to the city. All because these people invested in our town without a dime right now coming out of the taxpayers to build that stadium. That's amazing, and we should applaud them for that. Also, it is no coincidence in their introductory press conference that they held it at Matthews Dickey. From day one, they have talked about community involvement, and those questions were asked earlier, and in particular, youth programs to help underprivileged children. As a matter of fact, for those that don't know, within the past 48 hours, they just completed a $50,000 fundraiser for Matthews Dickey's Boys Club with a sale of soccer scarves on a team that's not even here. I'm confident you will see kids from all over the city as a part of programs that will provide leadership qualities, character building, and maybe a future MLS star. And wouldn't that be awesome to see that happen? The stadium, MLS, and so much more is happening here, and it's more than just soccer. In closing, if the Kavanaugh-Taylor family said, Dan, this project was for the arts, music, or any other non-sports entity, and it was set up this way, I would be standing in front of you today. They are doing this because, like me and you, they want what's best for our town and our region. As a city, we need to set cranes in the ground reaching towards the sky.
Man.
People at work, progress for the city. And to think that this is even close to a Rams situation is laughable. It's laughable. All you have to do is look at the philanthropic and civic efforts of the Taylor family here in the city of St. Louis. The Arch, Soldiers Memorial, Union Station, Powell Hall, Forest Park. Do I need to go on? Do I need to go on? If we say no to them, who are we possibly ever going to say yes to? Think about that. These people are helping us day in and day out, and they aren't going anywhere. These families are doing this for our town and doing it all for the right reasons. Time is of the essence, as Bill said. It is very, very important when you talk about MLS and getting it here, and we cannot let this opportunity pass us by. I ask that you keep an open mind and see the great benefits of this stadium and professional soccer in St. Louis. We need a win. I have asked countless people in all walks of life, tell me the downside of this. It's too good to be true. What am I missing? The answer is simple. There is no downside. There isn't. This is a gift from these people. So let's stop looking back, start looking forward. This stadium and pro soccer is a step in the right direction in how we do it. I can't wait to be there on opening night. I'll be there with my kids. I'll be there with my son. We'll cheer on the soccer team. But most importantly, I'm cheering on progress here in the city of St. Louis. Thank you all for listening and your consideration.
Okay, at the request of the ownership group, that is the last of the pro speakers. We don't want to deny anybody the opportunity to speak today, but just out of, if there's somebody against it, I think we've given them a chance. Nobody's raised their hands. They asked that I thank others who have signed up for this, Vin Co., to speak in favor. We're recognizing you not to come up to speak, but we want to, they wanted to recognize that you signed up to speak in favor of it. Paul Hamilton, Mary Vicentainer. We should probably let these people stand up. Bill Odell, is Bill here? We recognize Bill. Allison Cowell, Joe Fiala, Mark Fredrickson, Frank Barreras, excuse me if I'm butchering these names, Chris Owen, is that Terry LaPasha, and Sharon Hennel. In any event, they've signed up. We appreciate your patience with us down here. Given that there's no other comments, we'd like to go ahead and come back to the committee. What we try to do here is kind of sum things up and get a sense of the committee. I know Alderman Boyd had asked to make an additional comment. Is that correct? Okay. Well, let's go through the seniority list. Alderman Kennedy is not present. Alderman Boyd.
Yes, I just want to say to Ms. Betts, the representative from the ownership group, that I've been down here for 15 years. I've had a chance to have presentations put before me from Bill Keeling, who's a very well-known, great lawyer in the city of St. Louis, and Dave Richardson with Hush Blackwell. And let me tell you, I normally hear more from them than I do the owners. You come across as a very brilliant lady. You know what you're doing. You're passionate. And I wish you much success in this endeavor. And I am proud to be a co-sponsor of this resolution.
Alderwoman Davis, any comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to be very brief. First, I wanted to ask, is George McGowan in the audience? Okay, take a note of his name. He is a passionate individual who has spent the last 5 years working with youth, trying to develop soccer playing opportunities, has worked with the National MLS Foundation. So get in touch with George, and I'll give you his number. But I have to echo my sentiments as well. You see, we can ask 5,000 questions, but at the end of the day, it is really about the deal and those who are representing the deal. The Enterprise family, and I don't know if you remember the last time we talked at the memorial on the second floor, we have seen you take care of us whenever we're in a pinch, whenever a small group needs something. You're there for the arts, you're there for education, you're there for the criminal justice system, for fairness, you're there for everything. And you run a good business. That is critical. All these other people who are trying to vie for this team expansion, they got to go to the bank and try to borrow some money. They may not be able to borrow it. You can just walk to the table with cash. I like that. I like that. Then we have the Kavanaugh part of the partnership. And we know the roots with that whole relationship on that side. So aside from knowing and understanding that these are solid businesses that have grown and been a part of this country, really, when you talk about it, because of both of you all and your entities are worldwide. There is nothing wrong with having a strong business partner. And so we are talking business. The philanthropic side is one thing, but we're talking business. So I thank you for that. Anybody else that wants to play games with this, with politics, needs to sit down and shut up, because it's an embarrassment to this city. Have too much to lose. And that union part of it, I see some business managers in here. You know where we've been. We're trying to grow this economy. You have bent over backwards with us. You've changed your practices to bring people into the construction industry. You're creating new opportunities. You even at the workhouse trying to figure out how to train people so when they walk out the door, they got a job. You are going, and when we come to you and we mad, we may say a few choice words to each other, but we get it done. So I'm 100% union. You know that. I've been there. I fight for you. When you got a problem, we're going to be there. That's where this Board of Aldermen comes from. And we've been there for years. I'm a former CWA shop steward. I understand. And we are going to have prevailing wages, a healthy city, and we're going to grow, grow, grow. Thank you.
Amen.
Alderman Ogilvy just stepped out. Alderwoman Boyd, any questions or comments?
I apologize because the flu got me.
Sorry.
So I came down here because I believed in this project, and I want to applaud the women because
empower.
You have came together and showed that what women can do. We make things happen. And so I'm biased, okay, give it to me. But I'm real clear that I had a real wise alder person tell me when I first came down here, we have to bring revenue to this city. And I thank you all because that's what you're trying to bring to our city. And so I want to make sure that we keep saying city, and we focus on the entire city, because the entire city needs to be uplifted to bring that revenue in. So thank you all very much.
Alderman Bosley.
Just real quick, once again, I appreciate you all taking the time to do this for the city. I think it's going to be a pretty awesome project. And in the future, I will most certainly be calling on you all for those job opportunities.
Right.
So please answer the phone, you know. A lot of times we get 2 years down the line and things get weird. So, you know, I will be texting or calling or emailing because we need them. But once again, I really appreciate it. I think this is going to be an awesome project. Thank you all.
Gosh, I'm sorry, Alderman Kodor, I missed you somehow in the line.
That's all right, Mr. Chairman. No, I have no questions. I would just like to say I'm also proud to be co-sponsoring this resolution and look forward to working on future legislation with the ownership team and seeing this project come to fruition. So thank you very much for your commitment.
Alderman Oldenburg?
No further comments or questions. Thank you.
Okay, we had kind of scheduled next Wednesday as an opportunity to come back if there's anything, you know, that came up today. My sense is from the committee at this point, they feel that everything's been adequately answered at this juncture. Obviously, we don't have a lease or anything, but with what's available. So if there's not an objection, the chair will entertain a motion that we pass the resolution out today.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we pass Resolution 180 out of committee with a due pass recommendation.
Second.
Second.
It's been moved by the alderman from the 22nd, seconded by the alderwoman from the 27th. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderman Kennedy. Alderman Boyd.
Aye.
Alderwoman Davis.
Aye.
Alderman Kotar.
Aye.
Alderman Oakley. Alderwoman Boyd.
Aye.
Alderman Bosley.
Aye.
Alderman Oldenburg.
Aye.
Chairman Rhodey.
Aye.
President Reed.
Aye.
That's 8 aye votes.
By your vote, you have passed out resolution today, and we'll look forward to hearing it on Friday.
doing something right. We're doing something right. We're just doing something right.
You should have said everybody don't leave.
Grandbabies, thank you.
Already playing soccer with the baby. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Now our kids that play soccer, they can have a relationship with professional teams.
There are tennis shoes,
All
a ball,
that.
and
All
a
of
piece
that.
of grass, baby, and you got a sport organized. I love it.
This is great. I know. Is that his phone?
Clear them out of here.
Folks, if you could,
Clear them out of here.
I know you're all very happy, but we still have work to do. We got a big auditorium out there you can all go to.
We ain't even done nothing, and we got a long list.
Jeffrey, you see my check?
Tell me about it. He better be ordering us some lunch. Yeah. Salad, chicken wings, everything. Okay. Because I just missed my lunch meeting. It was at 12. I think I'm getting ready to miss my 2 o'clock too. No, baby, that ain't gonna work.
Yeah, of course.
No, that ain't gonna work at all.
Oh. Yeah, please do. Honestly, if she needs anything, let me know. Thanks, Dan. See you guys. Good seeing you. Nice job today.
Oh, thank you, baby.
So proud of you.
Thank you.
I'll turn them on as good as anybody's made. I'm going to have to ask you to step out here.
George McGowan. He can really help me. Do I have one or
Could
two?
have everybody back to order, please.
Oh, over there. Yeah, okay.
Zach, we're getting ready to start here.
Yeah.
No, I haven't.
You know any architects that design outdoor spaces?
I guess I'm going to start out with a point of personal privilege here. I have a board bill, 4328 on. I'm kind of confused.
Gotta start studying up to this.
Is that normally neighborhood development or?
But it's been advertised for this committee.
Let me think about that. Let you know. What board bill?
Well, we
Well,
would,
Board Bill 138, which I'm the sponsor of, I do not want to go ahead and be accused of somehow or another getting this to my committee when it's not supposed to be. I believe this should be a neighborhood development.
oh, really? They got a meeting tomorrow.
When is their meeting?
It's tomorrow, and was it advertised on his list? It's already advertised.
We can just entertain it. Someone introduce it for us.
Here, if we need to, we will go ahead and bring it to their attention, and if there's objection in their committee to it or something,
And
I'll hold it, but,
Yeah.
you could still have the public hearing today.
Alderwoman Gracia has several bills before us. However, I received an email. I am confused, I get so many emails throughout the week. Forgive me. Is one of these a zoning bill that was not properly advertised, or did we already pull that?
It should be pulled. The special, the SUD for Lafayette Square was not noticed. I'm not sure how it ended up on the agenda.
Okay.
But 51 and 157 are.
Okay, and 161 we're not going to hear today, is that right? Special use one, is that correct? Okay. So let's go ahead, we'll start off with Board Bill number 51, Alderwoman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm here on Board Bill 51. This is an extension of the agreement that we already have in place with the folks over at Union Station, their redevelopment agreement. They were asked to hold off for a little while during some of the NGA negotiations and the previous MLS negotiation because the city wasn't sure exactly where some of the infrastructure was going to need to go in. And so they have completed a couple of the projects that were in the redevelopment agreement. They have the shed slated to be completed this coming June, I believe, and then we're looking to extend the deadline for the completion of the project to December 31st, 2020. I'm happy to take questions, and I also have David Richardson from Hush Blackwell here.
So you're extending the redevelopment rights for Union Station itself? Is that?
Hello, yeah, David Richardson with Hush Blackwell, representing the developer, which is RL Capital, which is Lodging Hospitality Management. And so basically all we're doing here is the TIF was previously approved back in 2015, and pursuant to the redevelopment agreement, the completion date for all the phases was supposed to be December 31st, 2018, as Alderwoman Gracia said. We're asking for an extension of that date till 2020. As you heard in the earlier presentation, the project now involves an aquarium, and back when we originally proposed this in 2015, it did not. And, you know, getting the aquarium ready to go, as well as finalizing the layout of where the Ferris wheel will go and things like that, we had to delay things a bit because of NGA as well as soccer, frankly. So all this amendment does is extend the completion deadline for the overall project from the end of this year to 2020. It also puts some interim steps in there. As the Alderwoman said, there's a requirement that the shed roof be done by June of next year, that by the end of this year that there be internal demo done, and then again the overall project be done by the end of 2020.
Okay, are there any questions of the sponsor or Mr. Richardson? Alderman Kennedy is not present. Alderman Boyd? No questions. Alderwoman Davis?
No questions.
Alderman Kotar?
No questions.
Alderman Ogilvy? Alderwoman Boyd? No questions. Alderman Bosley?
No questions.
Alderman Olenberg?
No questions.
Hearing no questions, the chair will entertain a motion that we pass out of Committee Board Bill number 51.
I move that we pass Board Bill 51 with the due pass recommendation. Previous roll.
Moved and seconded, request for previous roll. Hearing no objection, we'll consider Board Bill number 51 is heard and pass out of committee with the due pass recommendation. Alderwoman, do you want to go ahead and take up Board Bill 157 while you're there then?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have some handouts for the committee as well. This project is very exciting. It's going to be a transformative project at the corner of Jefferson and Shoto. It encompasses about almost 13 acres, portions of which have been almost 50 years vacant, and a large portion of it, you might remember, occurred the Praxair explosion back in 2005. There have been 2 failed redevelopment agreements over in this section, and I'm really excited about this new group of people. It's made up of local business folks and residents of Lafayette Square neighborhood. They did quite a bit of community engagement alongside the Lafayette Square neighborhood and the businesses in the area, so the neighborhood is supportive of this site. It happens to be very challenging. It contains below-grade foundations from industrial sites, significant amounts of environmental remediation, and a massive Mill Creek sewer that runs along through the entire site, which makes it unable to be built upon, and there has to be 24/7 access to that sewer all the time for MSD. It also lacks streets, sidewalks, curbs, utilities, sewers, and lighting. And the proposed development, which would include about 500 residential units, 120 condos, and about 84,000 square feet of commercial and retail space, is expected to take 5 to 8 years to complete at the cost of approximately $152 million. The developer has agreed to build to LEED standards alongside the city's sustainability plan, is working to encourage minority and women-owned businesses to move into the area, is going to make a portion of the development workforce housing. It will generate about 300 jobs, and is also designed to accommodate pedestrian and bicyclist safety. And so what the ask is today, we are asking for 15 years of abatement, at 80% for private development, and any of that abatement granted to the residential portions will be reimposed as a special assessment to pay for the infrastructure pieces on the property, and then 15 years of tax abatement at 15% for the public infrastructure improvements, and that again will be reimposed as the SID special assessment. Each of these pieces will have to go back through the LCRA board for final approval, and anything that has not been completed within the first 8 years will only be eligible for up to 10 years of abatement. There is a SID that will be sitting on the property as well, and that will be able to be terminated upon completion of the public infrastructure pieces of this project. I have, I think, yes, Jonathan Ferry's here to speak to the model, if that's okay, Mr. Chairman.
I want to make sure I understand what the ask is. You're saying 15 years of 80% abatement, and then another 15 year, and alongside that 15% on top of that, is that correct? So you're talking 95% abatement for 50?
That's correct.
Okay, and then, and of that 15% of the 95% is going to be captured, an economic equivalent of that is going to be captured in a SID, which will then be used for public improvements. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then how much do we know is in the 15%? How much is, I guess Jonathan will have that information for us. Okay. Okay.
And
Jonathan,
I'll give you one on the 15%. So that'll go towards paying, again, we'll reimpose that 15% through a SID special assessment. It'll go to pay off a SID note. The SID note is to pay for the public infrastructure necessary for the development, which is approximately $6.2 million. And then as the Alderwoman said, as soon as that gets paid off, then the SID goes away, the SID special assessment goes away, and that portion of the tax abatement goes away. So after the 6-1 is paid off, 6-2 is paid off, then the abatement effectively drops down to 80% remaining, and the rest flows through the taxing districts.
Okay. Jonathan, you want to step up?
Hello again.
Do you have your
Do you have it? It wasn't handed out. It was front page of it looks like this.
Yeah, we got it.
Okay. I'm sorry.
I'll start with the second page there. The estimated fiscal impact of the tax abatement. So this project shows a tax abatement value of about $29.7 million as a present value. That's, of course, taking into account the fact that the project is sort of phased in over a number of years. But, yeah, I guess the nominal value of that abatement is $47 million. Of that, you can see the breakdown of what comes from which taxing body. The school district, obviously, as always, is the predominant source of that. Flipping to the second page, looking at the rate of return. So this project, without any incentives, is right at the sort of bottom rung, if you will, of the range at 6.9%. With the incentives in place, it grows up to 8.3. That's still roughly in the middle of the range. And that's, again, as always, it's an unlevered return. It includes a sale of the asset at the end of the study period. So the return seems okay. 10-year revenues to the city, it'll be gross revenue is about $25.5 million. The incentive is $5 million, and the substitution effect is 11.9. That's because of the restaurants mostly, and also because of the residential portion of the earnings tax. So the earnings tax paid by the residents, we take that into account. And so that gives net revenue to the city over 10 years of $8.6 million. Because of the previous project, I will just note that this goes back to the original way. It does not include any sales taxes that go to Prop P or to the Eco-Devo sales tax or the transportation tax. It also obviously doesn't include anything that goes to any other taxing bodies. That's just to the city. So those numbers would be higher. Again, the reason they're not included on here is because they're not included in the model for comparison's sake. So to keep it apples to apples, I have to keep those things out. But I will start reporting those things separately going forward. So the 30-year return to the city is about $65 million. Oh, no, sorry, that's the opportunity cost. Opportunity cost is $65 million, so that's what we expect from special mixed-use projects in this part of the city. You can see that compared to the average commercial project in the city, it's not quite double, but almost performance. So the net return to the city after the incentive is $53 million, so that far exceeds the average commercial property. It does not quite get to the opportunity, the investment, opportunity cost level, and so that's reflected in the score there, which is why it gets 3.75 out of 5. Generally, 3.5 out of 5 we consider to be a worthwhile project. So yeah, I guess that's, you can see the substitution effect rates. We assume that 59% of the payroll would be substituted away. We calculate that based on where the sales are coming from relative to the job. So because it's mostly restaurant and retail sales, we calculate what the impact would be to sort of other jobs at other establishments due to potential lost sales at other establishments. The retail sales, we did 25%, which is pretty standard across the city. Retail is one of those things that we tend to have a lot of leakage of. It's a restaurant where we have a lot less leakage, so that's why we discounted it by 85%, and then the residential income, we discounted by 83%. The sources and uses, I apologize, I just noticed that the sources percentage doesn't add up. We did this, I have not looked at this one in a number of weeks, so I apologize for that. I didn't get a chance to double check it today or yesterday. But essentially it should be, the SID and TDD should be in there. I think that's probably around 7% or so, 5 to 7%, and then the remainder should be divided between the debt and the equity. So it should probably be about roughly 75% debt, let's say 5% SID TDD, and then 20% equity. Yeah, I think that the next page is sort of just a summary of what I just said. It's 15-year tax abatement at 95%, total project development cost, revenue to the school district over the first 10 years is $1.3 million. So yeah, I guess I can open it up to any questions.
Could you restate, I'm sorry, what all is included in this? I was distracted. There's going to be apartments and retail, and what else did you say?
Yeah, there's apartments and retail, and is the hotel portion still there? Yeah. and a hotel, and restaurants, so retail, restaurant, apartments, hotel, and then, do you have for
summary of
sale?
what all, it's what, 100 and some odd million?
And
Oh, here
for
we go,
sale,
back on the back here.
for sale residential as well.
Up to 500 residential units, 120 condo units, 20 townhouses, 84,000 square feet of commercial and retail space. Okay. Yeah, for everybody, if you're not following along, it's the second to last page in this handout, gives a summary of everything that's in there. Okay, Alderman Boyd, do you have any questions?
I do. So explain again about the percentage of tax abatement on residential. It seems like the sponsor was talking abatement for residential versus the rest of it.
So let me take a crack at that. So the abatement is 15 years at 95%, but then of that 95%, 15% will be reimposed through a SID special assessment that goes for the infrastructure portion. That leaves 80% that is available for the private development to go to help assist with the private construction costs. The caveat with that, though, and that does then apply to apartments. The caveat to that, though, is it doesn't apply to the for sale portions of the project, or geographically there's a lot called the edge lot as well. It doesn't apply to the edge lot or these for sale units. There will be a SID special assessment reimposed on the full amount of that 95%, so they will pay their taxes through a SID special assessment, so all of that goes towards the public infrastructure.
And the SID is going to cover the entire area?
Yes. So it covers the streets, the sidewalks, the utilities, all that stuff for the entire area.
Even though some of it's specifically to residential only?
Yes.
Okay. So is all the financing in place for the development?
No. So as the Alderwoman said, this is a 2 to 8 year project here. But the first phases have been ready to go for some time. So the first phases are the edge lot and the single family townhomes along Hickory are all. So if you look at your map, what's at the top here, that is ready to go, as well as the portion over here is ready to go.
Wait a minute, let me.
So it would be the southernmost portion is ready to go, and then this portion over here, the kind of in the southwest corner.
So that's between LaSalle and.
So along Hickory, McKay, and Missouri, that portion, and then the other portion is Missouri and LaSalle. Yes.
I see Bill Odell here, and I've been kind of tracking this, being on Planning Commission and going through all the presentations. I'm just curious where the other developer from DNR Building Group, did they know about this today? I'm asking the sponsor.
I don't know who that is.
The Anawami brothers.
Oh, okay. I'm not sure. We talked about reaching out to them.
So, and Bill can answer this too. Bill has been in contact with them throughout the process, and again, they benefit from the public improvement, so they know where we're at in the process of trying to get the redevelopment plan done. We were supposed to have the zoning today. That's going to be postponed, and the other piece is the historic preservation, getting that amended, and that just passed the preservation board on Monday.
Okay, can I ask Bill to step up? Because I know as we talk about this in planning, it's like, Bill, you're going to kind of be the spokesperson for the whole thing, but then again, you weren't really the spokesperson for the whole thing. So did you inform them that the hearing was today?
Yeah, a couple of weeks ago, whenever it was scheduled.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Well, I couldn't hear back there what your question was.
I just want to know if they were notified. As a developer, someone may want to ask them questions about their project. And I'm probably the only one on the committee that's intimately know what's going on because I sit on the planning commission. So I'm glad to see you here, but typically when we have this, the developers are here. And I know you guys are.
But there are going to be multiple developers in this.
Right, and my understanding is it's 3 partners. It's you and a couple other people, correct?
Paul and one that's not here.
Right, and then under where it says planned under development, that's the piece I was just kind of stunned that that developer is not here.
I don't know why. He's been most of the other meetings, but.
Okay. Alrighty.
But he's anxious to get going.
I know, that's why
yeah.
I'm like, this is strange that he's not here.
Again, I'll take a crack at that. Again, I don't know why he's not here, but again, the designated developer then is the Shoto Partners, which is Paul, Bill, and Tom Grady, who's out of town.
Okay.
And then again, you know, with respect to the other developer, he's part of the area, but he's not part of the designated developer. You know, again, this benefits him through the obligation of Shoto Partners to tackle all the infrastructure costs. And so they're the designated developer under a redevelopment agreement to do the infrastructure, which benefits that site as well as the rest of it.
And they have to contribute through the SID to the overall development, right?
Correct.
Okay. All right. I just want to make sure everybody's on the same sheet of music, because as I've watched this over several months, there just seemed to be some confusion here and there with that developer versus you guys. And I was just thinking, I just want to make sure everybody's on the same sheet of music and there's, you know, minimal confusion about
I think we are. We've been working closely with them since January and came up with a plan that met their needs and the neighborhood's needs and another one of the adjacent property owners. So
Okay.
Might have left with all the soccer players.
It's an exciting project. You know, I wish it was in my ward.
Thank you.
We haven't built Wells Goodfellow up like Lafayette Square yet. I'm done, Mr. Chairman.
Alderwoman Davis.
I only had one minor question. The project is exciting. I hope it has the opportunity to actually be completed. But have you been in contact with the Shoto, Greenway, whatever? Because that will impact.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Yeah, no, I mean, that's definitely part of the planning process, that they would be able to accommodate both that and then Metrolink should it expand.
Okay, that's good to hear. Also, I just want to say, just for the record, that Jefferson Avenue is becoming the next exciting district being developed. I've been watching everything that's going on over there. So hopefully, based on all the things that have happened, most especially in the last 5 years, it will help you in your development financing approaches and all of that, because it is booming. And that needs to be done over there, so that's great.
Thank you.
No other question?
I'm done, sir.
Alderman Kotar.
Thank you, Chairman. And I just want to express my support for this plan and thank all the Lafayette Square residents and business people who have sat through many, many hours of hearings today in anticipation of this. So, and thank you, Christine, for sponsoring it.
Alderwoman Boyd.
I just think it's great. I'm jealous, but it's great.
You got stuff coming.
Thank you. Thank you, Alderwoman.
Alderman Bosley, any comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also think it's a great project. Just have a question. As far as the developers, you said there were multiple developers working on the project. Is there only 3 or are there 4, 5, 6?
There are 3 who are the lead developers for the project, and then they're bringing in other folks, but they will be the ones who are
The core.
the core group, yes.
Understood. So there aren't set lists that have been picked and finalized at this particular point. We're still adding other people to the equation, correct?
Definitely opportunities.
Absolutely. So I guess my next question leading up to that would be, well, not leading up to it, but are there any minority developers that you all have on the team at this particular time?
Mr. Aduwemi is a person of color, and the developers have made a commitment to really try and encourage women in minority-owned businesses to be a part of the project.
That is awesome. Super awesome. I guess with that being said, is there, I guess, what is the process in choosing those different minority companies that could possibly be involved in the development of the project? Like, what does that look like? Oh, okay. Just it's that simple. All right, awesome.
I'm happy to share contact information for the developers.
Please, I just want to add this just for the record. Our city is 51% black. We have immigrants moving in. We have the city's becoming diverse, and our population is at about 311,000. So as we continue as a country to grow, and I think being in the middle of the map and us having an international airstrip right now gives us the ability to kind of foresee the future and kind of making sure that I think we add everybody to the equation when it comes down to building on the ground level where I think St. Louis is. In this exciting time within our city, we want to give everybody the opportunity and chance to be involved with bringing this city back. I think it's an amazing project. Just want to make sure everybody's included and involved and at least has the opportunity. Of course, you got to have some fun. So, of course, that's very important. We know that it's business. Everybody ain't got the money. And just once again, I just want to make sure that those opportunities do exist for those that do. And, of course, you have to be somebody who is willing to work with the people that are already at the table also. I know it's not you just, here's a person and you want to add them to the equation just because they have funds. But just having that available and open is appreciated. So I definitely thank you all for making that available for other people to be able to be a part of this development.
I appreciate you bringing that up. One thing I failed to mention and probably should is that Paul Hamilton with Hamilton Hospitality has a proven track record of really working with a diverse group of people within the city of St. Louis. He employs over 50% minority and women people in his places of employment. They all are above the minimum wage.
Very much above the minimum wage.
Yes, they continue to expand, and they are now the only restaurant group in the Midwest that allows their employees to purchase stock. So their employees are part owners of the company. So proven track record, I think, of really being thoughtful about the things that you care about, and I do as well.
Thank you. I think that's pretty dope. Will that same thing exist for the people that'll be working? Was it 300 jobs that'll be working inside of this building?
For the restaurant group. Hey, Paul, could you come up and just introduce yourself?
That's super dope, though.
No, we just did that for the restaurant group that we have, and they don't have to purchase stock. They actually get it for free. So over a period of 10 years, all the staff that work at our restaurants that work 1,000 hours or more a year will own all the shares of the businesses.
Wow, that is pretty cool. That's pretty cool.
That's all right, yeah. Hamilton Hospitality, which we own Vindiset, 1111 Mississippi, PW Pizza, Mulan Events, 21st Street Brewers Bar, Hamilton's Urban Steakhouse, and Charlottesville. And so when we talk about the numbers for this new development, a lot of these people living there will obviously dine at these establishments, which will create more jobs. It'll create more revenue and taxes for the city as well. It should be a very big boom, including the soccer stadium that I hope goes right down the street. So
awesome. Be pretty dope. And I also will be calling about those jobs.
No problem. We need as many people as you can give me. You just send them my way.
Oh, I can send them your way. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Alderman Oldenburg?
No questions. Good project, Alderwoman.
I just wanted, Jonathan, there was is there a hotel in this? Because the hotel's not listed on page 8, but they did have a substitution effect on the, I saw some numbers.
So I'll take a crack at that. So there could be a hotel again, so that's one of the things that's kind of up in the air as we finalize the development here. So the pro forma that we provided does show the hotel. As far as the uses go, we just kind of lumped it as general commercial retail, Alderman Rohde.
So, and this is now an SLDC question. If this is phased in over several years, I guess I have a couple things that I want to make sure I understand. I know that we're trying to go ahead and begin reducing the amount of subsidy, I guess, for residential and also for hotels. And the question I guess I have is, part of our justification for going above 10 years or having more generous types of incentives is because the density of the projects, obviously different projects have different economic profiles. And so what is it that we have, do we have anything in the redevelopment agreement that requires, you know, this level of density? Obviously, if you're building a project that requires structured parking, your cost structure is going to be much different than if you have a project that is, you know, detached townhomes or something. Am I making the question clear enough?
Well, yeah, very definitely. I mean, it's obviously a very dense project as it's envisioned, and each phase of it is going to require a parcel development agreement approved, as the Alderwoman said, by the LCRA board. So that's our objective. If they want that much tax abatement, then they're going to have to be delivering very dense projects to justify it. I mean, I say that except for the extreme south edge, which, as the whole program shows, is more single-family or attached family houses to blend in with the existing residential development in Lafayette Square.
Well, I guess I'm trying to figure out how you're going to go ahead and allocate. Is everything going to be entitled for the 15-year 95% abatement, or are you going to moderate the, I mean, for example, hotels, pick on them. My understanding has been is that we're trying to get out of the subsidy for hotels and at least dramatically reduce them because of the large volume of hotels that we've just put on the market. Is that not the case over at SLDC?
Well, it might be, but this, if a hotel materializes here, it's all part of the whole development project. It's not an individual.
But then the economics of the whole project end up altering. If you go with a hotel's going to have a much different economic profile than an apartment building will.
True.
Is that not?
Yes, and I think Jonathan has taken that into account.
Well, how can you, that's what I'm asking is how can you take that into account if you're looking, you know, if somebody comes in and says, oh, we're not going to do the hotel, we're going to end up doing something else. As an example, the hotel that's out in, you know, the Central West End that is going up in the 28th Ward, that doesn't have 15-year tax abatement, does it? Isn't that going to be tax assurity or?
Yes, it is.
So how are we going to go ahead and make sure that and again, we haven't had this in front of the committee so much, but my understanding is that we're trying to use our tourist destinations as lost leaders and begin making money off of hotel rooms by having them go up in daily rates. Is that not the case, or?
You're absolutely correct that we were looking at trying to understand exactly what the hotel market is and was in the city, and we are trying to trim back. But for this particular development, though, we were looking at trying to, because of the density that it was there, I think we've looked at all of the potential downsides on it, and we were trying to, because of all of the infrastructure requirements, we were trying to support getting the infrastructure in place so that we could then build off of it. I think the hotel obviously is a nugget in this thing that you are asking legitimate questions, but I don't think it is a point where it causes this request to go down. I know that you also pointed out that we are trying to not have as much abatement on these projects, and so we took that in consideration as well. And I think what is the issue is we have a cutoff on the amount of.
Yeah, we do. After 8 years, and if they haven't developed, you know, in a timely fashion, then the amount of tax abatement goes down as an option.
Right. So there were some imaginative kind of things that were put in place on this to try and facilitate getting this particular project done. Only because what we have is about 4 failed attempts to try and get this done, and this is one of those where we have willing developers who just need assistance with the infrastructure to try and get it done.
Mr. Chairman, if I might add on to that, I think the developers are willing to add something that states that a freestanding hotel will not receive any tax incentives. And I think the original idea for the hotel was that it would be not a standalone structure, but part of a mixed-use development.
Yeah, I'm just trying to make sure that we're delivering consistent messages, because I have people knocking on my door asking for tax abatement for hotels and, in anticipation, and we've.
I appreciate the question because I was under the same assumption as you.
I think another thing that makes this project different than, for example, the one you mentioned in the Central West End is has been mentioned a couple of times, the infrastructure needs. This is an area essentially without streets, without street lighting, without sewers, as opposed to a project that's going to be built along an existing street that all they have to do is connect into the sewers. So there's a lot of requirements in terms of infrastructure.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. It's just, and I don't necessarily have a complaint about the tax abatement for the hotel going to the infrastructure, but we have the juries, for example, looking out in my area. I just want to know what to tell the juries, and the next hotel that comes up in my ward, we have several, of them, and we're trying to be consistent throughout the city,
Well,
I could just. Yeah. I could just see us passing this, and then all of a sudden down the road sometime, we end up building a hotel over there. It gets 15-year tax abatement 5 years from now, and nobody else is getting tax abatement for hotels at that time.
Again, LCRA is going to approve each of the parcel development agreements. I don't think the thought is that there's going to be a freestanding hotel there, and as you said, that we'll look at that in a whole different way. I think the thought is that there would be a building built, and maybe a few floors would be apartments, a few floors may have hotel rooms, there'll be retail on the first floor. I mean, that's what's envisioned, and of course, we'll see what eventually happens, but because we're going to approve each phase of it, I think we have the ability to really zero in on the fact if indeed a freestanding hotel should come.
We are in agreement that we'll put in the redevelopment agreement that a freestanding hotel would not receive any tax abatement, because that's
okay.
not.
Are you going to do that today? I presume you're not planning on doing that at the floor then? Is that?
It would go in the redevelopment agreement, I would assume. But we'll make that commitment to you right here and now that we will not seek or desire or be permitted to have tax abatement on a freestanding hotel.
Freestanding?
Meaning, again.
Well, I guess the way I was thinking about it is aren't they going to just carve, if there's, obviously they're putting hotels into other buildings now, so you have mixed-use hotels with potentially residential or something like that. Are you going to pro-allocate, are you going to pro-rata the tax abatement for that, if it's a mixed-use building for hotels then, or? So let's say, I'll try to make it simple. I'm sorry, it's difficult sometimes to communicate my thoughts. If you had a project that was $40 million, an example, 20 million of it was residential, 20 million of it was a hotel, are you going to go ahead and just grant tax abatement on the $20 million residential portion of it?
I don't think those numbers would ever be the case, but again, in that situation, the project would be the mixed-use building, which would have the structured parking and the hotel and the residential and the retail. So in that case, I would think, again, that we're asking for the abatement on a building like that if we ended up with a hotel that was a couple floors of a residential building.
And I guess I'm wondering what's the city's position on that, just because incentives have a way of steering development. Are we going to...
Well, again, I think LCRA is going to look at each phase of this, and we have to look at it. If we're talking about a few rooms that are hotels, rooms, and the rest of it is other uses, we're probably fine with that, because I'm not quite sure. It seems like it might be rather complicated to try and not provide tax abatement for 2 floors of a 10-story building, for example. I mean, it may be possible, but I don't know that it makes sense to try and get into those details. But clearly, if we're talking about a primary hotel with a couple of other things in it, then I think the developer is committed. We're not talking about tax abatement.
Okay, I am a little concerned about that, just simply because that will end up...
Maybe the possibilities are great.
That can end up having Dale, if you don't mind, I am concerned about that because that can end up steering developments to begin occurring in one way or another. If you start mixing uses inside of a hotel, it's not, I mean, that's a model that's used all over the place. Many, many other cities.
Right.
So will we be able to go ahead and work on some language in the development agreement to deal with that so that we don't start seeing hotels popping up that have 2 floors?
So
of
is,
residential?
I mean, I don't know if the developer is willing to carve out hotel rooms with no abatement. If they're willing to do that, I mean, that's a whole.
That's fine. Again, the hotels.
Okay. So
Yeah,
we
I'm
would-
just trying to, you know, we're trying to be consistent here. And then as far as the density requirements, as we go down the road, what happens if we have proposals come in that are much lower density, not requiring structured parking and so forth?
So I think we addressed that, but because you had given the example of, townhomes. So townhomes do not, the agreement already provides, townhomes do not get the benefit of any abatement. It has to be all reimposed to go, a SID special assessment to go to the public infrastructure. So single family or townhomes do not get any abatement in this.
Okay.
So it has to be, an apartment building. It has to be density here. The agreement clearly already says that. And then what we also did, Alderman, to make it, so that this isn't lingering out there, because times do change, right? It's like, so if whatever hasn't started, whatever phase has not been started by year 8, the tax abatement shrinks back to 10 years of abatement rather than the 15. So it's to incentivize to get this done, and again, to recognize that times change. And, I think as Otis Williams said, this has been a site that's been looked at numerous times, since, and part of the, why they still come together now is you have Tom Grady, who owns the lot at Shoto and Jefferson. You have Paul Hamilton, who owns the easternmost lot. You have Bill Odell, who owns the southernmost lot, and then they came together and got the Prax Air site under contract. But we've had Pete Rothschild and Jeff Winserling looked at this site in 2007, had it under contract, started a TIF process.
I have no problems with the proposal. I think it'd be great. Dave, your innovation down there some years ago, putting the fountain in Lafayette, I mean, it's been beautiful. The whole area has just blossomed down there, so it's great. I just want to make sure we understand it so that when we have other proposals before us that we're trying to be consistent. Now, I want to bring up one other thing, and this is mostly for the committee because I am potentially the largest violator of this, but we had, and this stuff starts getting kind of subtle, but we had a proposal from Alderwoman Green about doing a portion of a building in her ward that would include affordable housing. We as a committee at that point said that we didn't want to deal with anything that looked like a community benefit agreement for a while until we got to that. I have done projects in my ward where a portion of the tax abatement ended up going into infrastructure, but it was done, I think, prior to that discussion. Dale, we did that on the south of Manchester stuff. Sure. So I certainly don't want to be against something for somebody else's project that actually we used in our ward, in my own ward at some point. But we as a committee said that, we're going to slow down a little bit on that until we take a policy on community benefit agreements. But I certainly don't want to be in a position of standing in opposition to something that I've done in my own ward. I don't know, I'm looking at a bunch of blank faces, but I'm just trying to make sure that the committee is aware that when we pass this, that we're kind of somewhat reversing ourselves on that previous position that we've taken. Is there any objection to any of that, or?
Man. Mr. Chairman, I have no objection. The only thing I'd like to do is just simply say, we still have a few projects that are in the system that were there for a while, and they're being retooled or whatever. And I know that was one of the things that we had suggested. Those projects could be handled in the old fashion. But anything new from that meeting where we made a determination that we're moving forward with a new system, And I had forgot about the Peace Rothschild one, because I only went back 4 years in my memory, but I understand.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just, it's one of those things, you go down here, and
Yeah.
much of what gets us in trouble with each other is inconsistencies
Absolutely.
when we do things. And if we're going to be inconsistent, we need to, I think, understand, kind of clearly articulate that beforehand, so.
Yeah,
Okay.
because I have a new hotel, another hotel coming up, and we're handling that one the new way. So I understand.
Okay. If there's no other questions or objections, the chair will entertain a motion on this board bill. Yeah, yes.
Sponsor, could I just make a few comments, if you don't mind? I'll even put a timer on it for those of the people that know me. I want to go back a notch and just remind ourselves that this is a development that's about 13 acres. It's multiple owners of properties. And the point I really want to make is Alderman Boyd made a mention of it. This has been to the Planning Commission because this is in a neighborhood that has adopted neighborhood plan. It's been revised twice by work with the community and the city planning department. And that's important. And why I say that important is that if we were taking up the zoning bill today, there would be three things before you that you would be doing in aiding and implementing that neighborhood plan. Finding a blight for these 13 acres, and we need to be thinking of our neighborhoods in the past, present, and the future. And in Lafayette Square, these 13 acres are essentially the only portion of the neighborhood that remains to be blighted, that is blighted. So you're finding blight, you're putting a redevelopment plan in place to implement that, and there's a zoning change that will help regulate it all to be in accordance with the neighborhood plan that was adopted. So I think that's just an important context to be reminded that as we work in our neighborhoods, there are conditions to change that were in the past, the present, and look to the forward. I know when you look at Alderman Bosley, he'll remind us that there'll be sites that we're doing redevelopment plans on and need because they're blighted, but it's only 2 blocks away that there's another set of blights. Lafayette Square, this is one of the keystone developments to conclude the implementation of the neighborhood plan. And that's a good thing, to have this neighborhood involvement in creating that neighborhood plan. So just wanted to put that in this context.
Consistency is very important, Alderwoman, and if we're going to go ahead and pass stuff in your ward, we're going to expect that you consistently review projects in other people's ward with regard to the awarding of incentives, and that's why we've gone through this whole process for the last several years. And you know, I'm going to let this out of committee today, but I want to make sure that we have that understanding going forward. Do we?
We do, thanks.
All right. The chair will entertain a motion on.
I move that Board Bill 157 come out of committee with a due pass recommendation.
Second. Previous roll.
Hearing no objection, we'll consider Board Bill 157 heard with a due pass recommendation.
Thank you.
Alderwoman Davis, you have a board bill
I
before
don't even know
us.
if I can stand up now. I've been sitting in this chair so long. Good luck, you guys.
Thank you all.
Oh, there you are. Okay.
Alderwoman, go ahead and proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I have Board Bill number 127. It is representing a development project at 1815 Locust Avenue. The development company is Screaming Eagle. Matthew Mazel is the lead person here with this development. We are looking at a multi-use building that has over 100,000 square feet to it. When you're driving down Locust, you see the big sign on it says Tire Mart. That's the building with the red letters. The acquisition cost for this building was $3.2 million. The construction cost is estimated at $21.5 million. It is planned to have 31 bedrooms, 27 two-bedrooms, and the opportunity to have some retail, if possible, on that first floor. But what I like about this building is that as they move forward with this development, you can even have some universal first-floor apartments if you have to switch over and you see that you don't have the opportunity for retail in the very beginning. I wanted to ask if the developer is still here. Okay, because I don't blame anybody being gone at this point. But I am truly excited. This building has sat vacant for years and years and years on Locust, and I probably have had 4 different asks and preliminary developers who couldn't come up with a solid plan and couldn't get to the financing part. So I'm excited to see that this has come this far and we're moving forward. I wanted to ask, you have, where's my financials? That's what I'm looking for. Flip, okay. So you have that, that you're looking at the financials here on this project, and the score couldn't be much better. It came out at 39.1 in the 40-point range that's available. It has the normal type of use of funds where the developer's fee will be used as a part of the development costs early on to come back after the development is done. And it has the ability to bring, we're showing now net new revenue to the city of $116,800, and also a net new revenue to the school district of $7,800. I find that to be probably on the low end, which is what I like about the financial analysis that are brought to us. He does not try to be overzealous with his forecasting, and he always puts us in a position to expect the norm or even less than the norm. So I'm very pleased with how the financials came out, and I'm ready, along with representatives from SLDC, to answer any questions.
Okay. Alderman Boyd, any questions?
Right. Yeah, and I know that people comment about the Central Corridor and all that, but that end of downtown West, you know, I have all those big buildings that I inherited that have been sitting there abandoned for years. And so when we have people who are willing to invest, and believe me, these buildings require a lot, we should embrace it as best we can, and still keeping in pace with what we said we would do and cut back on the amount of incentives.
Alderman Kotar? Oh, Alderwoman Boyd.
Thank you.
Alderman Bosley? No questions. Alderman Oldenburg.
I do have a comment, though.
Yes.
Real quick. I think this is always good to have projects going on the north side, because we don't have a whole lot of them. So, it's nice to be right around the corner from some amazing things that are going on. So I think, I just want to say I hope it, comes to fruition.
This is really good, because the other thing about it too is, and when people want to talk about how the city grows, you see every development improves the city of St. Louis on some level. It's creating new job opportunities, which can create new careers for people, because you got to start somewhere. It also brings stabilization with the tax base. We haven't, the tax base was almost nothing on this building because there's no revenue coming out of it sitting there. So we have to really, really watch how we talk to people who are willing to invest money in our town, and that has been coming back to us a lot. So anywhere, whether it's north, south, east, or west, development is good for this city. It is good. So I appreciate your comments.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, Oldenburg, did you say he had no comments?
Yeah, just a couple questions, actually.
Sure.
You mentioned that this building had had plans prior to the current potential investor owner. Is he far along with their financing? Do you know that you have a better expectation with this development group as in the past?
I have a much better expectation, and I've sent some letters of support to the financial institutions as well.
Okay, that's great.
Yeah.
Great, excellent. Maybe the next question is just for Jonathan regarding sort of the numbers that were plugged in here from the pro forma. When we say reserves down here in the use of funds, total reserves, 635,000.
Mm-hmm.
That's not construction contingency, is it? Is that more for?
No, I always put the construction contingency in
the hard cost number.
Yeah, that would be, it's either got to be operating reserves or some type of, it wouldn't be working capital reserves.
Debt coverage
but
reserve or something, okay.
I don't remember the detailed sources and uses.
Is it
they gave me.
coincidental that it matches the equity that the developer's putting in?
What was that?
Is it coincidental that it matches the owner equity of 3%?
I don't remember.
Okay.
There's no one from the
I mean, that's fine. Just,
Answer.
I think I'm
don't
fine with
remember.
this proposal, but if you could maybe just take a look at that and get back to me.
Yeah,
I
sure.
appreciate that.
I can do that.
Awesome. Thanks. No further questions.
Okay, if there's no other questions, the chair will entertain or comments, the chair will entertain a motion on Board Bill number 157.
I move Board Bill 127.
127.
Oh, 127, my apologies.
Board Bill 127.
Second.
Hearing no objection, we'll consider Board Bill number 127 passed out of committee with a due pass recommendation. Okay, now there's my board bill, 4328 Swan. If everybody can confirm so that we don't offend anybody on the neighborhood development, we have it scheduled, I guess it was advertised for today. It was assigned, I'm not really sure how we go ahead and unassign it once it's been assigned to committee. My thought is that we would pass it out today, and I will give my word as a former Boy Scout that I will hold it and neighborhood development. I can't make neighborhood development, but can somebody bring it to the chairman's attention of neighborhood development tomorrow? And if there's any objection to it, let me know, or is that fair? Somebody just shoot me an email if there's an objection to it.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I have to be there. I have 3 bills. If you like, I can carry yours for you.
That's fine. I'm not really sure protocol-wise if they should do it or not, but I am, if we can kind of figure that out.
But it's advertised on their list, isn't it?
It's advertised on the HUD list, yes.
But not on neighborhood development. Okay, gotcha. Absolutely.
He couldn't hear me. I was saying that the president has the purview to assign a bill at whatever committee he deems appropriate to fit. And although neighborhood development typically hear bills that are vacant property or vacant land, I still think it's appropriate that this bill could pass out of the HUD's committee.
Well, we can hear it. I certainly don't want to go ahead. I just lectured somebody about consistency, and I don't want to violate rules of consistency, so I'm not really sure what we can do, but why don't we go ahead and pass it out today, and Alderwoman from the 19th, if you could make them aware of it tomorrow.
shall.
And if there's any objection, just let me know, and I'll hold it, and we can have somebody figure out, how to undo that. So if someone could stand up and tell us what exactly is going on with 4328. I'm sorry, I usually have like other people kind of review this stuff before. So Zach, what is this? This is conforming to the map, is that not right? Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry, let me pass those up and down here. You probably need one. Oh, you got one there.
Hurry up and get it to clerk.
Good afternoon. Board Bill 138 is for tax abatement for 5 years at 90%. This developer is Dan Krameyer. He bought the property from LRA for $1,000. He's investing $306,000 into it for a new single family. His plans on selling for $349, 3 bedrooms, 2 baths. It's MVAG. It's Forest Park Southeast, and going by our map, it's 5 years at 90%.
It's real simple.
Are there any questions, I guess, of Zach? I'm not sure I could answer, but it's, I believe, consistent with the map.
At 90%, yes. South of Manchester.
Alderman Boyd, do you have any questions? Or?
Yeah, I was looking for the impact study.
I don't think they do that for projects under $1 million.
Oh, okay.
So that's
Gotcha.
why we have the map.
Oh, you have the blue. You have the blue.
Well, it's the
There you go.
abbreviated version.
Yes.
That's all.
We don't have a score for projects under $1 million, but we do
Okay,
have
no questions.
Alderwoman Davis,
No questions.
Alderman Kotar,
Questions?
Alderwoman Boyd, Alderman Bosley,
No questions.
Alderman Oldenburg.
No questions.
Okay, hearing no questions, no other questions, the chair will entertain a motion on board bill number 138.
I move that Board Bill 138 comes out of committee with a due pass recommendation.
Previous roll.
All right, and our last board bill of the day is another one of mine. This is our housekeeping one each year for the TIF stuff. And folks, this is like way too small for me to read.
Got a larger version of it that I gave to
Oh, is this it here?
Kelly. There you go. There you go. And you can pass this around
He
too.
emailed it to us.
This is just a summary of what I'm about to say that everyone can have a copy of. But yeah,
Each year, we're supposed to, well, go ahead. Tell us why we do this.
Yes, okay, I will. The state statute for TIF requires that the city hold a public hearing 5 years after a TIF project has been approved and every 5 years thereafter to determine of satisfactory progress. And that's what this large sheet before you has. It has at the very bottom, the last 2 projects are the ones that are celebrating their first 5-year anniversary. And then as you go up towards the top, in the 1 to the 3rd column, you can see some are celebrating a 10-year, some 15 years, some 20-year. So I'll kind of summarize what's on that sheet, and this is what I've done each year. The statute also requires that we advertise in the Daily Record or a newspaper of general circulation 4 different weeks that we're going to have this public hearing. So we've done that 4 weeks in November. The last one was this past weekend, the last notice. And it requires that we also publish an annual report that sort of summarizes all the TIF projects and what they've done. And that's attached to what I just handed out. It indicates how many development plans have been established under TIF, how many we've actually executed, how many are substantially completed, how many projects are underway, how many projects are inactive, how many projects have been terminated. Oh, this is attached to what I just handed out.
Right. It's a committee substitute.
Oh. Oh, okay. Doggone.
There you go.
Thank you.
There you go. And this was published in the Daily Record as well. So we've completed all the items 1 through 7, and then the comptroller does items 8 through 13, which is just sort of a summary of the payments in lieu of taxes and the economic activity, et cetera, over the last year. So they complete those numbers. So that has been completed. It's been published as requirement. And then of the going back to the large sheet of those projects, only 2, as I said, are celebrating the 5-year anniversary. One is Cary Avenue, which is a large project on the North Riverfront that Green Street has been active in. It's 36 acres, and I've sort of outlined kind of what that is in my summary. They've completed essentially half of it, which is the construction of an industrial sort of commercial project for Central States Thermo King. And then the rest of it, they're out marketing for some commercial use that will go up in that area. The other project that's celebrating its 5-year is 706 Market, which is maybe one you're more familiar with. It's the one that Coleman developed, the building that used to be the General American headquarters, had been sitting there on Market Street for years and years empty. Coleman acquired it. They completed their work in 2015, and they leased the entire building to Spire, which is the old Laclede Gas project. So it was a $46 million project, and it got an $8 million TIF, and so that's the other item mentioned under 5 years. Then I sort of summarize what's happened. Of the 13 plans that are celebrating their 10-year anniversary, 3 of them were terminated, and of those 2 have gone ahead, but just under tax abatement rather than tax increment financing. And the rest have been completed and are moving along. Of the projects that are celebrating their 15-year anniversary, they have all been completed and all are moving along. And then the projects celebrating their 20-year anniversary, 3 have been completed. One, the Argyle Garage, is sort of a pay-as-you-go one, so the garage has been completed, and that project is due to essentially come off of TIF in 2021. And in that same area is the Convention Headquarters Hotel, and Choteau Compton, which is an industrial project, the Edison Building, which is right nearby, and that one was terminated last year because it paid off its TIF in 16 years, so that one is off the books. And the other one is the Robert E. Lee, and you remember that was a vessel down on the riverfront that was terminated because it went downriver, disappeared. So that one is off the books. So those are the various pieces of this annual report, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. And the other thing I didn't mention was the other thing that is required is that each of the active TIF projects well, not active, but each of the approved TIF projects that haven't been terminated, this year there were 119 of those. We do an individual report and send it to the state, and the requirement is that that gets to the state by November 15th, and so those were all sent off by November 15th to the state, those 119 individual reports. And then the state puts that on their website. So every now and we get a question from somebody that is looking on the state website, and they are looking at one of those reports, and they call in and have a question about one of them. And Matt Bauer, who's here, prepared all those reports and sent those off. Again, similar to the one that was published, the sort of summary of all of them, we do the first part of that report that goes to the state, and then the comptroller fills in all the numbers of each of the individual projects, and we put all that together, and then it's sent off to the state for that annual report. And as I say, that was completed by the 15th of November, which is the required date. So I know it's a lot to understand, but that's kind of what the annual report consists of, and it's something we do each year.
We've been here for a long time. I want to kind of cut to the chase here, at least with my concern. We, I believe, brought it up last year and the previous year that we'd like to have an idea of where we are on the principal amount outstanding on the amortization schedule. In other words, they should be able to go ahead, run a 23-year amortization table, compare the unpaid principal to the amortization table, and then tell us, if they're ahead of schedule or behind schedule. It should be a pretty perfunctory type of thing, and anybody who's can do any first or second year accounting or finance student could do that.
Well, the last 4 or 5 columns on this were added last year at your request by the comptroller, but it sounds like you have an additional request.
Maybe it's there. Let me take a look. So
those were the ones we added last year, and the comptroller prepared.
That's great. It's just that they still ought to be able to tell us. I don't think they're missing the point. They should be able to tell us whether or not it's amortizing at what rate of amortization. In other words, if we
at the end of the 23 years, will it be paid off? Is that kind of your question?
Right. I mean, if you're sitting there and you started out with 10 million, there's 5 million unpaid. You should be able to have an amortization schedule on that and say that, well, this swing, is prepaying, and therefore it would be at the, it's going to be done at 15 years, or, hey, it's paying way too slow, it's going to not amortize to way past the 23 years. I mean,
so I'm trying to visualize what that column would look like.
They ought to just be able to say,
on schedule, not on schedule, or something like that.
It should. If it's 15 years, 6 months into it should, it's seasoned 15 years, 6 months, but the outstanding principal would illustrate that it's, at the 20-year, or maybe it's only at the 3-year amortization. But it's just some of these TIFs are negative amortizing, which means that they probably never pay off.
Right.
Several of them, it looks like, have paid off. It's just the initial underwriting must have been so optimistic that
apparently so.
And a lot of these projects didn't start on time.
So anyway, that's
well,
I don't have an objection.
Let's get together with the comptroller's office, and we can.
And unless there's objection by the committee, we'll let it out of here today. But I'm going to hold it on the floor until we get, something.
Well, let's get together with the comptroller's office, or maybe you can shoot me an email outlining what you have in mind, and we'll get them to add that. This is a committee substitute, by the way, because the exhibit, which we sent with the bill a week or so ago, has had a few updates to it. So what we're handing out today is an update from what was originally attached to that board bill, and thus it is a committee substitute.
Okay, so let's get that before us properly, and then we can go ahead and go through the committee and let other people ask questions. The chair will welcome a motion that we put before us 166 committee substitute.
So moved.
It's been moved by the.
Second.
Previous roll.
Okay, now that's probably before us. We'll go ahead. Where's my seniority list here again? Man, I don't know what it is, but I have real trouble keeping track of paper. I always do. Alderman Boyd, any questions?
I have two questions, Dale. Number one, can I assume that the Hampton Hotel LLC, we're not collecting any eats because that was not part of the financing deal? So actually, the city of St. Louis is receiving all the eats. 100%.
Yeah, that's correct. That's out at the Highlands area.
Okay.
Yeah.
Second question is, a board bill versus a resolution. Why a board bill, not a resolution? We're just basically saying we accept the report as submitted. Is there an ordinance that says we must have a board bill?
No, I don't think so.
It just seems kind of odd. That
I mean, it's the way we've been doing it for years, but that doesn't mean that's the right way to do it. If everyone thinks a resolution would be better, I'm sure we can switch over to that.
It was just kind of odd. We probably have done it in the past. I may not have paid attention to
this way we've always done it since we've been doing it, but.
So we're putting forth a law that says we agree with administrative act. Okay. No further questions.
Alderwoman Davis.
No questions?
Alderman Kotar.
No questions.
Alderwoman Boyd. No questions. Alderman Bosley. Alderman Oldenburg.
No questions.
Hearing no questions, the chair will entertain a motion that we pass out of committee Board Bill 166 committee substitute.
So moved.
Previous roll.
Hearing no objection, we'll consider Board Bill 166 committee substitute pass out of committee with due pass recommendation. I believe that's all before us, but with this pile in front of me.
No, that is everything, I think, yeah.
Guys, I can't tell you how proud I am of our committee, man. We stuck it out down here for almost 5 hours.
Yep.
And if I made as much money as Jack Coder, I would buy all of us lunch today.
I move that happens.
You came back and you were still doing the presentation.
Yeah, you did. You went to court and came back. We still sitting there.
All right. Well, if there's no other business, I'll call this meeting adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.